Hello. And good morning. Well, it is noon here, but in America it's morning. So. Hello, Liebknecht. Hope you're doing good. I'm feeling pretty good today. Let's see. Alright. I want to do a diesel train scenario today. This one I haven't done. Fully fueled, 120 minutes. You're part of the crew in charge of running an intermodal train westward from Cumberland Terminal. Yeah. Alright. The diesel trains have actually been pretty fun to drive. I've tried them a few times now. And I don't know, they've grown on me.
Before boarding Q015, these GP38-2s must be attached to the rear. Climb aboard and move them to the classification yard for Q015 is waiting.
Do they feel different? Yeah, they're pretty different. The way that they work is different, and how they drive is different, and how they, how you change speed and stuff. The electric ones are pretty smooth and just kind of push and go, but the diesel electric ones are more complicated and more mechanical, which is also an accurate description of what they are. Okay. Do you have some lights over here that we can turn on? That's the fuel gauge. Oh, we're rolling. Guess I did turn the brakes off. Well, that's fine. Turn on the number lights. That one is on run. Let's see here. Don't need these. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Don't need that. That's good. Okay. Where are we going exactly? Oh, over there. Set the switch to the correct track. This one. Alright then. Uh. Does it want me to switch to the other locomotive? I'm confused. What does it want me to do? Oh. Okay, it wants me to couple over there. It's fine. So, why did we switch to this track? Oh no, it is this track. Never mind. Okay, we are. Okay, we're good. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to release the brakes. Why did I get in this one? Surely I could have gotten in the other locomotive. Oh well. I guess we can switch. Shut up. Okay, so we are switching. Oh, that's fine. Turn that off, turn that off. Is that it? Check that out. Turn that off. Okay. Didn't the engineer of the... What? What? Oh, it wants me to... Oh, I see. So there's another locomotive at that end. Huh. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Let's see. Is this all good? Yep, okay. What are we shipping? Can you come aboard? I wanna open these boxes. I wanna receive my Christmas presents. I'm trying to open a bottle of water with just my teeth and one hand. Oh god, this could end very badly. forward into the glass. Oh, this is high stakes action right here. Alright, I did it. But now I have to put the cap back on. Is there another train coming? Oh shit. Another train. Hello. Hello. Oh, he's really speeding up. I wanted to do an experiment yesterday. Where I wanted to see if there were any consequences to going above the speed limit, and for the most part there weren't, until the part where there was a turn and then I just kind of flew straight into heaven, and I did see God and I did see the biblically accurate angels, and I was terrified, and then I went to bed. But yeah, no, there are consequences. You get the right. But for them, I mean, you can go a little above the speed limit as a treat. Man, this sure is a fun scenario where all I have to do is run like 2 kilometers to get to the other end of this fucking train. Sure is long.
So you are encouraging people to go over the speed limit?
Yes. Hello, Sebz.
Hi.
Hang on, I'm gonna show the voice module on stream.
I was literally going to go to bed and then I saw a notification. I
Yeah.
sure went live and then I saw your Discord notification saying Grom won't be joining us today, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, now what else there is to be?
Well, how was your stream, Sebz?
What?
How was your stream?
It was great. I read the whole social network script. It
I
was
saw you were
fun.
reading a script. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
You were going for like 6 hours or something, like.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm proud. I never read anything, and the fact that I read a whole script,
Yeah.
I'm proud.
We're operating this westbound stack train today. No doubt.
I feel like I can read anything now, except a book and only a script.
Well, we've been
But
asked
yeah.
to take it up to the summit for work in the area.
What
There's a
if
shortage of
the
engineers today, or
Das Kapital
someone
was
would have
in
roughed
movie
up
script form?
I think I'd rather take the whole course that you sent me, or that you recommended to me, and then I'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
As those who don't know, that's David Harvey's university course on Das Kapital that's available on YouTube in like hour-long videos.
Q015, subject to signal indications. Proceed from
It's
Cumberland
literally
Terminal
all the
to
courses.
Sandpatch.
It's the
Over.
whole course, you know. So.
Yeah.
Q015, subject to signal indications, proceeding from Cumberland Terminal to Sandpatch. Out.
What is your mission today?
We're proceeding from Cumberland Station to Sandpatch.
Oh yeah, my favorite activity to do.
We're pulling these million fucking tons of whatever the hell we're carrying. maybe Blockbuster DVDs or TVs for Best Buy.
Ooh.
Or train simulator games.
Wait, do we know like where in the world we are in this game?
Yeah, in theory, yeah. I mean, I know it's somewhere in America.
Which part of the continent?
Northern, Cumberland to Sandpatch. Where is that? Cumberland, Sandpatch. The Allegheny Mountains. It's in West Virginia
Oh, okay.
or Pennsylvania. Somewhere.
Yeah, like
somewhere.
Appalachia.
East Coast or Eastern USA. I thought we were more westward than that, but okay. That shows what I know about geography.
Oh my god. So how did you become a teacher?
I went to university and then I became one.
Wow, that's my dream.
To become a teacher.
Go to university. Just kidding. I mean, yeah, but like, is it your motivation in life? Not motivation in life. Purpose?
No, not really.
Is being a YouTuber? your purpose?
No, definitely not.
Wow.
No, I don't have like a purpose or like a main, like, this is what defines me as a human, what I will do for the rest of my life thing. Being a teacher was just something I could do. Like, I was, I got out of high school and I didn't want to get a job because, fuck that.
You're saying teaching is not a job?
Well, no,
Wow.
I wanted to continue studying, so I went to university. And then I thought, well, like, what's something I could do at university? And I just kind of thought, like, well, I just mostly want to, like, study shit that I think is interesting. So who gets to do that? Oh, well, teachers get to do that. So I took the teacher course or program.
You were like, how do I never live in this sort of academic environment?
Yeah, basically.
I'll become a teacher.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna keep studying and then I'll become a professor. And I'll
Ooh.
write academic papers about cultural Marxism or something. And
Or
then,
you're going to be like the next Richard Wolff, but actually based.
no, Richard Wolff is too media savvy. I just want to be like, have like an oak office with like a giant bookcase, and I just spend my days reading and writing papers that no one gives a shit about, but I just somehow survive off of doing that, and I never interact with other human beings. I want to become the ultimate armchair revolutionary, basically.
Oh my god.
I don't want to do
I don't know if
anything
you-
practical in the real world. I just want to, like, think about philosophy and theory.
I don't know if you are that asocial or if you are that Swedish.
Being Swedish is about being asocial.
Yeah, but like, I don't know if it's because of Sweden or because of you that you are at that level,
I think it's a combination of both. I think I am naturally asocial, and I'm from a culture that is asocial. I mean, not asocial, we just, we don't like being social unless it's, necessary.
You don't like people. Like, ew, people, why do we exist?
I think what really, or like what Swedish people really don't like, or Scandinavian people in general really don't like, is like, sociability that doesn't feel earnest, like very fake kind of niceness.
Yeah.
Like you can see in the US and like in the South and stuff, and like complete strangers that you don't know just like coming up to you and saying like, oh, smile, be happy, like, you know, just random people interacting with you and like pretending that they're interested in who you are or what you're doing, which to like Scandinavian cultural sensibilities feels like, oh, you're just like, you're trying to sell me something, or you're just like a fake person, and we don't like that. We like having genuine social interactions and conversations with people that we actually care about and that we know and are friends with, rather than complete strangers.
So you're basically saying that you don't like hashtag fakers.
Yeah, exactly. That's our culture. We don't like hashtag fake people.
Wow, literally throwing shade right now.
At America. And
Wow.
well, I mean, to be fair, it's like most of the world is like more social than Scandinavia is. We are the odd ones out.
I mean, to be fair, doesn't have to do a lot with like the cold temperature. Somehow, something sociology.
I
Cold
mean,
temperature makes cold people.
like Sweden is a very large country physically, but we have a very small population. So like the density of the population isn't big. So like basically people can afford to, you know, live very far away from other people, right? Like our country is not very crowded. So
Yeah.
I guess that kind of lends itself naturally to people not being naturally sociable with other people. That might be it, but I actually have no idea. Maybe it all goes back to some Viking thing or early Christianity or something. I don't know.
How aware of your history are Swedish people? Of their history are Swedish people? I don't know how to ask this.
Not, I mean, not super. It depends on like what you mean, because the history that we're taught in schools is not really our history. It's just like a name, like a list of kings, and like Swedish people, you know, they know who like King Vasa was and how he broke with Catholicism, and he wrote the first Bible in Swedish, and Swedish people know about Charles the 12th and how he went to war and he was shot, and no one really knows who by, and it might have been a Norwegian or it might have been someone on his own side. That's really interesting. But like most Swedish people, I would say, don't know like the history of Swedish colonialism or like the cultural genocide against the Sami people in the north, or like the history of the different tribes in Sweden, the Swedes, who we get our name from, and then also the Northmen and the Goots and the Geats and all the other tribes and Germanic cultural groups that once upon a time were independent and then eventually became part of a larger country called Sweden, but most Swedish people today don't really think about that. About how like we were once multiple groups and became unified pretty recently, like relatively speaking. For most of our history, we didn't consider ourselves one country. So, yeah, I would say like the average Swedish person isn't super good at Swedish history, but it's not really their fault because like in schools we're not really taught like the important bits of our history. We're mostly taught like really kind of irrelevant bits, which is like the kings and, you know, monarchs and stuff like that, which is really boring, and it kind of just makes it so that no one is interested in Swedish history because everyone just assumes like, oh, it's just a long list of kings. Like first there was one king and then another and that's history. But it's a lot more interesting than that if you look at like the groups involved and the conflicts we've had with each other, and like the conflicts between the Christians and the pagans, and, you know, the people we would now call the Vikings, and how they gradually became Christianized and you know, like middle age or like medieval Scandinavians, stuff like that.
So you are telling me Thor is Christian?
No. Thor is a mythical figure.
But he's a Viking.
Yeah.
Just kidding, I don't know. Is he?
Yeah, he was the god of thunder for the Vikings before Christianity came. So he was a pagan god, and he was part of the Nordic pantheon. So we had a lot of gods for different things, gods of wisdom and poetry and anything you could think of, really. And when Christianity first came, there were some people who would who tried to adapt, who tried to find a middle ground between their traditional pagan beliefs and Christianity. Some Vikings, they adopted monotheistic gods like Allah from Islam and added him to the pantheon. So he, like, Allah just became like one of the gods, right? For some, not all Vikings or all, but for a few that interacted with Arab merchants and traders in Spain, for example. And some Vikings did the same thing with the Christian God and with Jesus. And we found like amulets that are Thor's hammer, but with a Christian cross on it. So kind of like a symbol of how like Jesus can be one of the gods. He doesn't have to be the only God. But the Christians didn't like that, and so they said, no, you gotta be completely Christian. You can't try to keep your old gods around. So
you were all just like trying to fuse all religions.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a polytheistic religion and you're used to having a pantheon of many different gods, especially when it's not an organized religion, so you have local gods, and like different parts of the country have their own ideas about the pantheon, and different gods are more or less important in different parts of the country, and there are different traditions. Like it's pretty natural that like you find some idea or some god or belief that you think is good or interesting, and you can just kind of take it and just, oh yeah, no, sure, that's a god, that's a real god. It's one of the many gods, but yeah, that's a god, sure. the Romans did that a lot. When they expanded their empire, they encountered other religions and cultures. They would just kind of incorporate bits of their religions and their cultures into the Roman pantheon. Sometimes they wouldn't do
The
that.
Romans literally basically ripped off all the Greek gods
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
changed their names.
Yeah. No, pretty much the like the Roman pantheon and the Greek pantheon are really the same. It's called the Greco-Roman pantheon because the Greeks colonized Italy basically, and there were many Greek parts or many parts of like southern Italy that were Greek, and Greek people lived there. And
Wait, what?
yeah, like the Greek culture spread around like all the entire Mediterranean before the Roman Empire was even a thing. They colonized like port cities and stuff, and in Italy there were a lot of Greeks, and they had, took their religion with them, and in kind of like how in Europe, French became like this really like cultural language, like all the kings were supposed to speak French. It was just like the the cultural thing, the very oh, it's so fancy, right? Kind of like that in Rome and in the Roman Empire. It became like a very like a status symbol to speak Greek. Like all the fine, good Roman senators, all the higher class Romans, they had to both speak Latin and Greek because Greek was like this really fancy language. Yeah, that's kind of why the Greek pantheon was adopted by the Romans as well. But they wanted to use their own names for the gods.
You just blew my mind a little.
Yeah.
I'm still processing the fact that Greece invaded Italy.
There wasn't an invasion so much as they just kind of settled there in parts where like there weren't any cities yet. So like they just like some Greeks just kind of got on their boats, they landed in Italy, and they were like, well, no one's around, so we'll settle here. There weren't any conflicts between the Italians and the Greeks. They integrated with each other pretty well. So there wasn't a war between well, there weren't Romans yet, but the Italians and the Greeks. The Greeks also settled in other parts of the Mediterranean, in Carthago, in on certain islands like Crete and Cyprus and that kind of thing.
Wait, I don't know if this is like a ridiculous question. Why do we call Roman culture if the country is Italy?
Well, it's mostly to do with like when historians talk about Rome, they want to split up the eras. Like they want to, like, it's kind of like an arbitrary distinction between what's Roman and what's Italian. But at some point, right, like the Roman Empire fell, and like the language didn't really change. Like the language didn't change overnight just because the Roman Empire fell, and the religion didn't change overnight, and the culture didn't change overnight. But historians just kind of draw a line because, well, at some point, what was Rome did become Italy. But like the Roman culture and everything obviously spread from the city of Rome, and like as they expanded, they took certain parts of other parts of Italy had their own languages, their own cultures, their own pantheons and things. and the Romans just kind of blended it all together, right, into what would become the Roman culture. And they standardized the language into what became classical Latin. And you know, all the different languages of Italy just kind of came together and became the classical Latin of Rome. But then, yeah, I mean, at some point, the Roman Empire fell, and the people who were speaking Latin, like the language started changing a little bit. And in Italy, Latin became vulgar, which is what a language, what Latin is called when it changes a lot. So the vulgar Latin in Italy became Italian. Even like, but you know, Italian in its roots is Roman Latin. And some like linguists or historians would say that no, Italian is just modern Latin. Like there isn't a, like, it's just a continuation, it's an evolution, right? It's the people who lived in Rome, they spoke Latin, and then the Roman Empire fell, but people still spoke Latin. And then time went on and languages change, as they always do. And what people speak in Rome today is still Latin, but people call it Italian because it's different from classical Latin.
Is that why all the languages that were rooted in Latin are called like romances?
Yes.
Or like
Romance comes from Rome. Roma. The Romance languages are really the Roman languages. So in a way, Sebz, what I'm trying to tell you is you're a Roman.
I mean, literally. I feel like we shouldn't tell Ben this because then he will get all. I'm actually Roman, not Italian. And like, what it's weird is like, I feel like I was taught this in school because I was taught about languages and the history, but also I feel like I wasn't taught this part. And it's like, it wouldn't make sense that I wasn't taught this part because it has to do a lot with this, but at the same time, I'm like, was there something missing? And I just never knew.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's all arbitrary, like the distinction that we draw between, for example, what's Latin and what's Italian, or what's Spanish and what's French, and like, it was all Latin once, and there were dialects of Latin. Like, there was a French dialect of Latin that people spoke in France. There was a dialect of Latin that people spoke in Spain. But when the Roman Empire fell and the languages wasn't standardized by, you know, like a central authority anymore, linguists and historians just kind of throw their hands up in the air and say, well, they're different languages now. They're of the same language family. They're Romance languages, but they're different. They're different languages. And like, in practical terms, yeah, like Spanish speakers and French speakers and Italian speakers can't always understand each other, and so it kind of makes sense to classify them as different languages. But like, it's all arbitrary, right? Like, it's all like a philosophical question about like, well, what does it mean that two people are speaking different languages? Like, why can't they just be different dialects of a still living Latin language? Why do we have to say that Latin is a dead language, and instead we have French, Italian, and Spanish and all these other ones? Why can't we just say that Latin never died, it just kept evolving, and now there are different dialects of Latin? Like, it's all like linguistic philosophy, and there isn't really an answer to it.
I hate you.
uh, that's the secret about all the subjects in the humanities, linguistics and history and geography and everything. It's all arbitrary and made up.
From now on, I will say that I'm like polyglot and that I know all the Roman languages. And when people ask me what languages do you speak, I will be like French, Spanish, Italian. It's all the same.
Well,
Like, what's
I
the
mean, you
difference?
could say you
Really?
speak Latin. You speak a dialect of Latin, which is
I mean,
known
I
as
literally
Spanish.
speak Latin, Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
So more Latin than that, I cannot get.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, you could say that you speak a dialect of Latin called Spanish, and you can sort of understand other dialects of Latin that are called things like Romanian and Italian and French, but it's all the same language, all the same, just different ways of speaking Latin.
So now everybody knows all the languages are literally the same.
Yeah.
Got it. Like Chinese, English, French, literally the same.
Chinese kind of difficult because it doesn't have a common ancestor with English or French, but I mean you could.
I mean, are those languages though?
Well, you know, the furthest you can go back is something called Proto-Indo-European, which is a common language ancestor of basically all the languages of Europe.
Babylonian.
Hmm?
The Babylonians, or further than that?
I don't know. I don't think Sumerian was a Proto-Indo-European language, but Europe and Central Asia, India, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, that kind of area, you have a lot of languages that descend from Proto-Indo-European. So Romance languages, English, Germanic, Russian, Greek, yeah, all of these. They once upon a time they had a common ancestor that we call Proto-Indo-European. That was, I think, some 10,000, 20,000 years ago. Could be long. I forget exactly how old it was. I think it's around somewhere between 7 and 10,000 years old. But that's just from the top of my head, though. I could be very wrong about that. And yeah, kind of from that, all the other languages. 12,000. Okay, thank you, Neoflorian. Yeah, all the other languages kind of sprang up from that one. Or well, not all languages on Earth, obviously, but a lot of languages. But Chinese is not one of them. Chinese had its own language family.
Oh, they're just being racist right now. I see.
Well, Chinese and
exclude all
the
the
indigenous
Indian.
languages of the Americas, the Semitic languages, I think, are unrelated to Proto-Indo-European, the indigenous languages of Africa.
I mean, isn't Chinese literally like Latin and like out of like there aren't like currently like different versions of Chinese and all that stuff and like
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
What we call Chinese, usually what we refer to is the Mandarin. Mandarin Chinese is
Yeah.
the most commonly spoken, and like Mandarin Chinese is really like the language, but like Chinese in general is a family of languages, and
Mhm.
you have things like Wu Chinese and Hakka Chinese, You have like
Yeah.
dialect of Wu,
Oh,
which is like
that's like Spanish.
what?
Because like Spanish,
Mm.
uh, like I don't know how to explain it. Like Spanish, it's not like a language, but
Mm.
it's like the group of languages that are spoken in Spain. Because when
Oh,
in
yeah.
Spain you have like different languages, like
Yeah, Catalan,
Catalan and
Galician.
other languages.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So like, for example, when you are in, if I were to go to Spain, I am not allowed to say that I speak Spanish. Or like, I'm not allowed to say that I speak Español.
Mm.
I should say that I speak Castellano
Yeah.
because that's the only like language from Spain that I know.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah.
Uh, so like,
Yeah. It's a lot like that. But if you compare, for example, Castellano,
Castellano.
Castellano. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
If you compare Castellano to Catala, then you can still see that there are resemblances. Some words look alike, some words are very similar. But if you compare Mandarin Chinese to the different languages of Wu, like Shanghainese, for example, basically none of the words are the same, and like someone who speaks Mandarin Chinese and someone who speaks Shanghainese can't understand each other. They're not mutually intelligible. So they're like German and Russian, right? Like,
No, yeah, that's literally the same in Spain. Like I have tried to read like Catalan and I literally can't. Like
mm.
I've listened to both versions of Let It Go, like
Yeah.
the Frozen song. No, I'm not kidding. Like
Mm.
there's that version of like 51 languages of Frozen,
Yeah.
and when the girl is singing the Catalan version, I'm like, I have no idea what this woman is singing. Like, I literally do not understand a single word,
Mm.
you know?
Yeah.
And, like, maybe there are, like, a couple of, like, I can see, like, maybe there are nouns that may be the same, but I have just never heard them, you know? But, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's literally the same.
I can actually I have my website, Socialism 101, socialism101.com.
Get
I
that
had a
cloud
person
there.
translate it both into Sergi Gonzalez Legaspi. Thank you very much for translating. He created both the Castellano translation and the Catala translation. And if you put them up side by side, let me put them on screen actually, so people
Are
can.
they similar?
To me, as someone who doesn't speak either language, they look similar. Let's see. Let me put this.
It's like saying like English and Spanish look similar because they are using the same alphabet.
Where's the? God damn it. Okay.
Sí, castellano.
Yeah. Castellano. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. Okay. So, Castellano. Derechos fundamentales e inalienables.
Derechos fundamentales e inalienables.
Inalienables. Libertad de expresión. And then if you look at Catalan, drets fonamentals y inalienables. La libertad de expresión. Like, to me, I can clearly see that like expresión and expresio are like related. They're similar. They're not the same, and I can understand how you can't like understand. Like they're not necessarily
Okay.
mutually intelligible, but you can, if you look at the
Yeah,
words, you can see how they are related to each other, like cousins.
yeah, like the nouns I can understand, but
Yeah.
it definitely has a little different. I don't know if it's a called grammatic, but like in Castellano there are not like apostrophes. You
Mm.
know, we have like the um accents. You know, like the tildes.
Yeah.
But like
Oh and oh.
yeah, and even then in Catalan you have both sides.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like the one you have in expresión and the one you have in práctica.
Yeah.
Like no, in there was another one, but yeah,
Mm. Yeah.
yeah, there in in Catalan, yeah, práctica and expresión.
Mm. Broscaso in chat
There,
says Catalan is more related to French. That makes sense.
yeah.
But yeah, like
I mean,
the different Chinese languages.
they are literally there.
Yeah. The different Chinese languages are like Wu Chinese, for example, is not a language. Wu Chinese is a language family. So Wu Chinese is like a Chinese language, but like the languages within Wu Chinese are like the Romance languages or the Germanic languages. Like they are related to each other, but Wu Chinese, like spoken Wu Chinese, is not mutually intelligible with Mandarin Chinese. Like really at all. Like barely any words at all are even similar to each other. So someone who speaks Mandarin Chinese and someone who speaks a dialect of Wu Chinese, for example, Shanghainese is a dialect of Wu Chinese. But someone who speaks Mandarin and someone who speaks Shanghainese can't understand each other at all, and like none of their words are really the same. But the thing that all Chinese languages have in common is they all use the same alphabet or the same written script, which is the Chinese logograms. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it works because Chinese is the Chinese script is logograph. It uses logograms. There's a terminology for that. A logograph, is that what it is? Anyway, a logogram is a symbol that represents a whole word, and it doesn't tell you how to pronounce the word or what it sounds like. It only tells you what the word is. So you have one word for house and one word for man and one word for so on. And so you can have different languages that speak completely differently, and when they talk to each other, they can't understand each other, but they write exactly the same, because it's just word, 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 word. And how you pronounce the word is completely up to what language you speak, but the written language can still be exactly the same. Like in theory, you could write English using Chinese characters. The grammar would be kind of fucked up, but you could do it. And you wouldn't have to learn how to speak Chinese at all. You could just learn how to write it, and then you could read Chinese. Like without being able to speak a word of Mandarin, you can still learn how to read perfect Mandarin or read perfect Chinese.
And that's why we need to make Russian the world language. Yes.
No, Russian is not like that. Russian uses an alphabet.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, abolish all languages. Let's just all learn Russian. That true communist language. Yes.
Writing a letter is simpler than actually talking to the person. Absolutely, 100%. If you are a Mandarin speaker and you want to talk to someone who speaks only Cantonese, you can't talk to them at all. But if you write a letter or if you text them in simplified Chinese, they will understand exactly what you're saying. They will understand you perfectly. But if you try to pronounce any of the words, they won't understand you because they're not the same languages. But they use the same written script, which I think is super interesting. And then you of course, you like the difference between simplified Chinese and what's called traditional Chinese. It's not really that big. Simplified Chinese is just the written characters of Chinese, but the most complicated ones, like the really intricate characters, have just kind of been cut down and made a little bit simpler. But it's still the same language and everything. And usually, like someone who grew up in Taiwan and knows the traditional script, and someone who grew up in mainland China and knows the simplified script, they can pretty much understand each other's written scripts. Like, they're pretty similar. The differences aren't that big, and it's not every character that's different, it's just some of them.
So, how does China work as a country if everyone speaks different languages, or do they like use the simplified Chinese for like nationwide stuff?
Yeah, simplified Chinese is the written script, except in Taiwan and parts of southern China. In Hong Kong uses traditional, I think, and Macau might also use the traditional. But when it comes to like official stuff, the lingua franca, like the language that everyone knows, like as a second language, is Mandarin Chinese. So the Beijing dialect.
Oh, okay.
So if in like official capacities and stuff, like if like government officials have to talk with each other, then they will use Mandarin Chinese. But like if you live in a Cantonese speaking area of China, then you will speak Cantonese, your news will be in Cantonese, the media you consume is in Cantonese. And it's only really when you have to like listen to the president's speech that it's going to be in Mandarin. And maybe then even there will be subtitles in Chinese for when the Chinese president is speaking in Chinese. Because if you speak Cantonese, you can't understand the spoken Mandarin, but you can understand the written subtitles or Chinese. The only problem is actually knowing all the characters for writing, since there's so many. But like in a way, it's like a blessing and a curse, right? Because Chinese doesn't really have like complicated grammar, and so really all you have to do to learn Chinese is to just memorize a lot of characters. And for some people that's like, oh fuck, like I hate that. I'm not good at memorizing stuff. For some people it's like, oh, I don't have to learn any like complicated grammar rules. It's literally just word. That's awesome. So
No, I need grammar. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the grammar in written Chinese is pretty simple. You can change the order of some words, like the whole like subject, verb, object thing. Like you can kind of throw that around a little bit. It's not as important. That's my understanding of it anyway. It's similar in Russian. It's one of the explanations for like why Russians love poetry so much, or why poetry has been such a big part of Russian culture. Is you can write a poem, but like, oh, the end of this sentence doesn't rhyme with the end of this sentence. Well, you can throw the words around in a different order, and it means the same thing, but now you can make all the different lines rhyme.
Like, there was a time where I was trying to learn Russian.
Yeah.
I just learned the I wanted to learn the alphabet first so I could actually understand what I was learning.
Yeah.
And like I was following this page on YouTube, and she had like so few grammar videos, and I was like, shouldn't she have more? And then like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. Yeah, Russian should be like the world language. Like, it has a phonetic alphabet,
Yeah.
but like the grammar is like as easy as Chinese. So literally perfect.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I like English. The fact that English is like the world language is pretty stupid, considering English is like needlessly complicated and has really stupid grammar rules and exceptions, and like how you pronounce
English,
a word has like nothing to do with how the word is written at all.
English being the world language is as ridiculous as capitalism being the world economic system. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So yeah, I'd be totally fine with Russian being the lingua franca of the world instead of English.
Yeah, literally another reason why Russian should be the world language. Oh my god. Everything is connecting.
Yeah.
Everything is connecting. It was written in the stars. Okay, we're not going to get it.
One of the problems that people who want to learn Japanese often make is that they kind of skip the Japanese writing system, because Japan has three scripts. They have hiragana,
Yes.
katakana, and kanji. And kanji is like Chinese, where they have logograms, so one symbol represents a word, but it could be pronounced in a number of different ways. And then hiragana and katakana are syllabaries, which means that every symbol represents a syllable, so ba, ga, ka, pa, so on. So yeah, like consonant vowel, consonant vowel. And a lot of people, like when they want to learn Japanese, they think like, oh well, I can just watch anime and I'll like learn how it's spoken, and
Nope.
I'll just learn the alphabet later.
Yeah.
But you really make it, you're gonna make it a lot like very difficult for yourself down the line if you skip learning the writing systems, because Japanese writing, like, it's pretty complicated, and it's gonna take you like a pretty long while to really get the grasp of how to write Japanese. And like,
And that's why I have a tattoo of the only word that I know in Japanese. So yeah.
what is it?
Daijobu.
Oh, it's gonna be okay.
Yes.
That's good. That's a good tattoo. Good tattoo, Dad. Is it in
Also,
hiragana?
probably.
Oh, that's good that you know what your tattoo is in.
I just know that it's the same thing, that it's what appears when I look Daijobu on Google Images. When I translate it on Google Translate, what it was the subtitles in Pokemon when I learned what it meant.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah,
Well,
like that is literally the reason why I have it tattooed, because that's the only thing I learned from watching Pokemon in Japanese. So, yeah. And also because, you know, like the meaning and like depression and like everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Not really, but like, you know.
Yeah, Daijobu can mean it is okay, or it's gonna be okay, or that's alright. Japanese is a very context based language.
Yeah.
So different words can mean different things depending on the context that it's in, and who you're talking to, and what you're talking about, like what the topic is, and what the person you're talking to has said. Like you can, what you say to them, like the meaning of it can change depending on what they just said to you. So when you directly translate
Like,
Japanese, like word
literally-
for word into English, it can look like very simplified. Like it can look very simple, and it's like, oh, this word keeps coming up again and again, but it's because the same word, written the same way, pronounced the same way, can have different meanings depending on when you say it, which is can be pretty frustrating when you're trying to learn Japanese.
Damn. Yeah, like like my friend paid for half of my tattoo, and he was like, "What does this mean?" And I was like, "It's going to be okay." And he was like, "I don't believe you." And he looked it up he literally translated it, and Google Translate literally gives you just okay.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, it is more than that. That's not how Japanese works, but yes, it's okay technically, you know.
Yeah. Like I mean, you wouldn't really say daijoubu just to mean okay. Like if you're saying okay, like I heard what you just said, like I confirm, right? You can literally just say okay. Like they can say that, like the English okay in Japanese. It's just like a loan word.
Wow, appropriating Anglo-Saxon culture.
Japanese has a lot of loan words. Like hotel is hoteru, and video camera is video camera, and milk can be what is it, ryugyo, but it can also just be
Video
miruku.
camera. I love that video camera in Japanese is literally video camera, but with a Japanese accent.
Video camera, yeah. I mean, pretty much like a joke that I've heard is that like if you don't speak Japanese and you go to Japan, you can get by pretty good if you just speak English, but with a really racist Japanese accent. Like,
Oh my god.
like you will literally, people will have an easier time understanding you if you just speak with a Japanese accent, because Japanese has quite a lot of loan words, and like they will understand maybe 40% of what you're saying if you just say it in a Japanese accent. Which is,
Karaoke.
yeah, that's the Japanese word.
I literally do not know the history of karaoke because I swear I hear a different history of where that comes from every single time I hear the story. Like I've literally heard that it comes from Hawaii, from Texas, from Japan, from somewhere in Europe, from somewhere in Australia, and I'm like, I don't care enough to truly look it up. I will just go with the flow and say that it was invented worldwide simultaneously. Yes.
I mean, like the word is Japanese. I don't know, like the concept of, having like an arcade or like a video or whatever, and you singing into a microphone. Like I'm sure that's existed in a lot of places. So I don't know if it actually like originates from Japan, but the word karaoke is Japanese. It means like empty orchestra or something.
No, yeah, like that's the thing, like when I've heard when I heard that it was from Hawaii or like somewhere in the US, it was created by Japanese immigrants, and the same with every other conspiracy theory I've heard from anywhere outside Japan. So that's like not the problem. The problem is that I've heard too many stories, and I'm like, I mean, of course it's Japanese, but like
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know where it actually comes from. Like where someone first got the idea of setting up an arcade with a singing game. Hello, Mr. Hansen. How are you doing? We're gonna have to stop in a little bit. But yeah, as someone who's learning Japanese, I do not recommend it. If you're looking for like a language to learn mostly just like for fun, Japanese is not it. It is not, it's not fun. It's not fun to learn. You should only learn Japanese if you absolutely have to. Someone is pointing a gun at your head, forcing you to learn Japanese. That's the only time you should learn Japanese.
Oh my god. I feel like the person pointing a gun would get more tired than the person learning it. Like, how long will they get? How long will they be pointing out the gun?
I mean,
Months?
years.
Yeah.
It could take, I think it's what, like an average of 5 years to learn Japanese, I think.
Holy shit. You do swear here, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like your Ben always wants me to wants to suppress my free speech.
Yeah.
Alphabet was easy, gave up on the rest. My friend learned the Korean alphabet and he was like for a week straight telling me, "Ooh, Korean is super easy, Korean is super easy," and then like 2 weeks later he literally gave up and I was like, wasn't it so easy?
The alphabet is easy. Everything else, well, it gets hard after that. But the alphabet you can learn. Because yeah, Korean is it's a syllabary. It's made up of like 3. I think every character is it's like 3 components to it or something. I forget exactly how it works, but I've seen it explained at some point, and people say that it's so easy to learn. I never actually learned it because I don't really have a reason to. But yeah, the rest of the language is not that easy.
Yeah, I love that my language is like Spanish because I can like I basically know, also Portuguese and French and well French is a little more complicated than that, but I can understand Italian also.
Yeah.
So I literally basically know all the languages of the world. Because Europe is is the world.
Oh yeah, totally. Since I can speak Swedish, I can understand Norwegian. Like Swedish people and Norwegians can talk to each other and understand each other pretty well. But it's pretty hard to understand spoken Danish because Danish people pronounce their words pretty differently. But if you look at written Danish, you can understand it better. But spoken Danish is hard. But
Wait a second.
it's the same with German. Like especially like if someone is speaking German very fast, it's like impossible for me to understand spoken German. But if someone is like if I can see written German, oh god.
Wow. Literally Francophobia in chat.
Oh. Sorry, automod just flagged you for like being francophobic.
Like race, ethnicity, or religion.
Yeah.
I love that it says like it doesn't say like hate towards a race or something. It just literally says race, ethnicity, or religion. Like just the virtue of mentioning
Mm.
a race, it's like already bad.
Yeah. Oh god.
Fine.
Shit.
Oh, Azure.
Mm-hmm.
Since you're a super famous galaxy brain, what else does Ben call you?
Galaxy Brain, YouTuber, content creator. That kind
There's
of
something
thing.
about. There's something else that he calls you specifically that doesn't call anyone else. And Galaxy Brain, he literally calls everyone Galaxy Brain.
I don't know. I don't know what he calls me.
Galaxy Brain. Well, I'm dead. I mean, whatever. I literally could not function.
Well, I go to bed, that's fine. You're allowed to go to bed.
No, I'm not.
No?
Everyone, Azure is slaving me away.
I'm forcing Sebz to be here.
Literally exploiting the global south.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something and I literally forgot. I hate it. Oh yeah, since you are like a super famous YouTuber, Galaxy Brain, who is like the most famous person you've met?
I've met Aleida Guevara, the granddaughter of Che Guevara.
Oh yeah.
I've also met Leila Khaled, who is a famous Palestinian freedom fighter.
Oh yeah, you were
Um,
mentioning this like a couple of days ago, and I think who was freaking out? Someone was freaking out about it.
I don't know. Was it Ben?
No,
I don't know. I
I
can't
think
remember.
it was a 10% in person.
Nope, I don't know. I can't remember.
Hmm.
When it comes to like YouTuber, I think I mean the only one I've like spoken to like extensively would be like JT from Second Thought. I think he's the like biggest channel that I've like talked to, or like, you know, talked to more than just
Mhm.
like a few sentences or like a few words. I've collabed with Abelina Sabrina a few times.
Hmm.
And then yeah, I mean there are like some bigger channels that have just kind of like, you know, sent me a DM once, and I've said like, hey, it's cool that you know who I am. I like your stuff. I met a German SPD politician, Malu Dreyer. For a second there, I thought you said, I am German SPD politician, Malu Dreyer. I was like,
Oh my
whoa,
god.
hello. Welcome to Train
didn't a
Simulator.
politician followed you? Who was the politician who followed you?
Oh, a congressperson from Illinois followed me on Twitter. He was like a Justice Democrat person. I don't really know why he followed me, cause like at the time I was tweeting a lot about like Cuba and stuff, but like he went out and did like a statement like, oh, the Cuban government needs to respect the protesters and stuff. I don't really know like why he followed me of all people, because I was like saying like that the US was like spending hundreds of millions of dollars on astroturfing in Cuba. So I have no idea why that guy followed me, but he's a congressperson from Illinois. I don't want to out him. I don't know. But
I mean, everyone should just go into the whole list of more than... How many followers do you have on Twitter? 20,000?
4,000?
Just go over the 4,000 followers that Sure has.
I think he's
Easy.
like, I think he might be the only verified follower that I
account.
have. Like, the only verified account that follows me. I think so. I don't know. Casually meeting the minister president of Lineland Palatinate. Fuck it, Palpatine. I met the former leader of the Swedish Left Party, Jonas Sjöstedt, before he moved to Vietnam. I was going to Stockholm and he was sitting next to me on the train. That was kind of cool. Have you met anyone famous, Sebz?
Sure scapegoat.
That's
I
good.
messaged JT once, telling him, hey, when you do the AMA events, you can make the Discord community that you'll have access to the stage rooms thingies. So yeah.
Did he respond?
Yeah, he was like, oh, thank you.
Oh, okay. He is in the server
Yeah, I
that we're in
know.
right now.
Like, I literally do not know how to, like, establish friendships with people. I'm like, what do I say to you?
No, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, I'm like, I'm kind of similar. Like, so, I don't know. Sometimes I can have a pretty easy time to like get to know people, but
Sure, I just messaged them, like, hey, so, do you like Stalin?
tell me your opinion on the Soviet Union circa 1923 to 1953. Well, I don't know. Like, I think the easiest way that I've like gotten to know people is just to like ask them if I can be on their stream and just like hang out and talk about random stuff.
Hi, tell me about your traumas.
No, not that. But yeah, just random stuff, like whatever is going on in politics or whatever, and making jokes and being friendly. And then you just kind of send them memes randomly
Being
throughout the
friendly.
day.
Hi,
for
can you be
years.
my friend, please? Thank
Yeah,
you.
exactly. You talk one time and then after that you just continually DM them memes that you find on Twitter. You're like, look at this funny meme, and then they say that's funny meme, and then you're friends. And then you ask them if you can borrow $200, and they say no. And you
Or
say,
even-
well, I thought we were friends. And then they said, we've only talked one time. And then you sent me like 500 memes and I didn't respond to any of them, and then you say, well, I don't want to be friends with someone who doesn't appreciate me, and then you never talk again.
Wow.
And that's my guide on how to be best friends.
Is there any particular person you probably didn't have this particular experience with?
No. I've never asked anyone if I could borrow $200.
I mean, you literally asked for that yesterday.
Yeah,
we
but
were
that was a
for
joke.
what? And then Azure literally sent us a list of DLCs for this game.
I just added all the train simulator DLCs to my Steam cart, and it added up to like 200 euros. And I took a screenshot of it, and I said in voice chat like, hey, could I borrow $200 for like medical bills?
No, you just said $200, and I legit was worried, like, oh shit, how do I get to $100? Like, are they
Sebz.
going to die or something?
Sebz, I'm being
And-
evicted. I'm gonna become homeless. I need $200 right now.
That's why you literally live in Sweden. Eviction doesn't exist in Sweden. Everyone knows it.
No, it does. You can be evicted.
No, you live in a Scandinavian communist utopia. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh well, you can be
how dare you
evicted
be wrong?
if you disrespect Comrade Chairman Stefan Löfven. And if
Yeah,
you're not
but
a
also
member
you,
of the.
you literally are the friend of the daughter of Castro. No, Che Guevara. So like,
I said I met her once. I did not say I was her friend. She
you
was.
met her once. Best friend. What's the difference?
Oh yeah, well, no, we're best buds. We're on a first name basis.
Yeah, like I literally messaged JT once, and he's basically my best friend. He's basically cheating on his wife with me. So
Yeah. No, she was doing a seminar, she was just talking, holding a talk thing about Cuba, hosted by the Swedish Communist Party, and I was like a VIP at the meeting thing because I was a district chairperson of the youth
Attorney.
organization. Hmm?
a district attorney.
No. Oh, district chairperson. I was one of the
Azure is
three.
actually the president of Sweden, but no one knows it.
I was one of the three leaders
Like-
of the local branch of the communist youth organization. I was doing the finance shit, like filing the taxes and everything. And it was not a very exciting job, but I did get to be one of the leaders. So I got to go to meet Elena Guevara. So that was cool. And also Leila Khaled, she was also there. Well, not at the same time, but at a different point in time, she was there. Long live district chairperson Azure. I'm not the district chairperson anymore, unfortunately. I think when you're
Didn't even know you were
25 is when you have to leave the youth organization. But yeah, I left when I turned 18.
I was like, aren't you like 20?
I'm 22.
Last time I checked. Oh my god, yes. Azure is older than me. Yes.
Yeah, someone was saying, I think Ashley was saying that you and I were the same age, but I could have
Yeah.
sworn that you were younger.
I thought you were younger than me.
Hmm.
And I
Right.
was like, wow.
Yeah.
Azure is younger than me, and they are a famous YouTuber. And I'm nothing.
No, don't worry. Have you It's like your age public. Like how much older am I than you?
I mean, my birthday was literally yesterday, so
Oh. Well, how old are you?
22.
Okay. Well, then. We are right now. We're technically the same age,
Yeah.
but I am.
I mean, I had to make it public because, like, in my Twitter, I had another age, and I was like, weird. Why am I older on Twitter? I will change it to my real age. And Twitter was like, so you created your account when you were underage.
Yeah. Same thing happened
We're
to me.
going to log you out of your account.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. I lost my original Twitter account. Because I created it when I was 12. And you have to be 13 to create a Twitter account.
Oh my god, no. I was literally emailing Twitter the whole week. And they were like, you just have to wait. You just have to wait. And I was like, no, give it to me.
No, they're never
because
gonna give it back.
It was
tried
literally
though.
like 2 months ago when I was actually like, because now that I stream, I actually give a fuck about my Twitter, you know, because previous to that I would only literally just like and retweet like YouTuber stuff.
Yeah.
You know, being a good old 11-year-old YouTuber fan that's, ooh, notice me, senpai. I will like and retweet all your things.
Yeah.
But yeah. The life of a zoomer. Are you even a zoomer if your Twitter account wasn't even logged out?
Well, you could be a law-abiding zoomer and create your account when you're of legal age.
Nah.
But yeah, I think part of being a zoomer is not believing in legalism.
I mean, true.
Oh. Hello, train.
Oh yeah, do people know that you have a liking for...
Trains?
No, the series thingy?
Hmm?
The comic thingy?
What comic thingy?
The one that it's infinite, but it's not. The webcomic.
Oh, Homestuck.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, for a while, Azure had as their profile picture a Homestuck character,
Yeah.
and I didn't know I didn't know what it was. So, like, now I just pictured you, like, in real life, you're like this emo kid, you know, with long black hair, and like you're super cool and super emo, and like
That is how I want you to imagine me. That is what I look like.
I mean, like, whether you want it or not, it's not like of your like, I already imagine you like that, you know, like.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. I approve. I haven't specified my age on Twitter based on my activity. I'm between 13 and 54. That's I mean, statistically, that's probably true. Yeah.
Probably.
Like, analytics and that kind of stuff is really weird because, like, Google, like, if you don't specify what your gender is, Google will assign you a gender based on the kind of content that you look at. Like, if you watch videos with, like, cars in them, then Google would just be like, oh, you're a man. and then you'll just be assigned the gender male. And then if you watch, like then when you watch YouTube videos, then if like if someone watches my YouTube video and they haven't set their gender in like their account settings thing, but Google thinks that they're a man, then when I look at my analytics, it will tell me like, oh, this percentage of people who watch your video are men. But like, because my videos are politics and Google thinks that like only men watch videos about politics, it's like a like a, you know, like a spiral, like a like a snake eating its own tail, you know?
Yeah.
Like a self-recurring loop or whatever it is. Like, people watch my videos and then Google is like, oh, if you watch Azure Scapegoat, you're a man. And then it tells me like, oh, 90% of the people who watch your videos are men. So anyone else who watches your video is likely to be a man. So we're going to assign them the male gender. This is like really self-defeating because like I'm not getting any actual analytics out of it. It's just like telling me what Google thinks my, like the gender of my videos is. And then it assigns people genders based on if they watch my videos or not. It's really stupid.
Also, to be fair, like, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, are you supposed to now cater your videos to males?
Yeah,
No,
I
like-
need to put more monster trucks in my videos. And like beer and football. Wonder if it does that with nationality or race. You don't get a race analytics. That would be kind of weird. Like, oh, this percentage of people watch your videos are white. But it does tell you what country they're watching your video from. That's based on the IP that they have. But if they have a VPN, then, you know, you get told like the country that their VPN server is in, not the country that they're actually in. Google thinks I'm between 35 and 44. I think Google probably thinks I'm about that age as well, last time I checked.
I'm pretty sure Google for a while thought I was a female, even though I have male in my Google account because like they kept recommending me like Barbie videos.
Yeah, you don't watch Barbie videos?
Probably because I watched the complete video of that girl who watched all the Barbie movies, so you don't have to.
Oh, I see.
But like,
That's
I don't
probably
know. I remember that they were sending me like other like women quote unquote videos, but it wasn't like my normal stuff, you know. And I was like something about the recommendations were giving me vibes of go things about women, you know, which is like weird because like I do watch like makeup videos also, and
yeah. No,
I watch
I've
film stuff, so like it's not necessarily gender, but like
yeah.
I remember specifically like Google wasn't recommending me like what I typically watch, which would be like art or makeup or like cooking videos, but another thing specifically that was quote unquote for women. And I was like, why are they keep recommending me this? I literally will never touch this, you know? But yeah.
I watch a lot of cooking videos.
Yeah, like a couple of weeks ago, I started watching those Japanese cooking videos, and now like
That's all
is,
YouTube
like,
will ever show you.
pushing me hard on that, and I'm like, hey, I don't have that much time to watch them, you know, but like,
Yeah.
calm down.
But yeah, Squidman says I have target ads turned off, so I see all the trash nobody else does. Like, I have like, you know, use like a Windows 10 privacy tool to turn off like all the telemetry and all the like personalization and all the like the data stuff that Microsoft collects on you and sells to advertisers. And I have like Privacy Badger and like various like privacy extensions for my browsers. I have a VPN. So like advertisers have absolutely no idea what to show me, which is how I like it. So I'll get ads for like baby strollers and cigarettes, you know, like just completely random, like the default ads that they show when they like have no idea who you are.
Azure the smoker. Nice.
I mean, yeah, I'm a smoking single mother. But yeah, and then you can also like, you can like make it so your ads are in like Chinese, so like you don't actually understand what any of the ads are. Oh. You know.
Ooh, for a while there, so like Opera GX has a integrated VPN,
Yeah.
and for some reason, there was a time where it would automatically go to like a Europe VPN,
Yeah.
you know, because you can only like select the continent for some reason. And whenever I went to YouTube, they would hit me with German, German ads, even though I was in Asia.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's stuff like that can happen when you use VPNs. Like, you can request like a Swedish server, for example, and then like if you go on Google and you type in like what is my location, it tells you that you're in Germany. Like VPNs are just kind of like that sometimes, where like if a certain server is full, they might send you to a different one and stuff.
Yeah. How can you invent your own internet?
What do you mean?
Just like internet companies, like there is a way that they set up the internet, you know?
Yeah.
Like there must be like a local way one can set it up with their own things. I don't know, you know?
Yeah, I like the internet just started as a way for two computers to be able to talk to each other. Like, and when you can send a message like hello world from one computer to another computer, that is basically the beginning of the internet.
Bluetooth.
Well, you can do it, yeah, like via Bluetooth. But also, like, if you can do it through a wire, that's still internet, right? So connect one computer to another computer through a wire and send a message, and you've relayed information from one computer to the next computer. And then...
What is a computer?
What?
What is a computer?
It's an electronic device that has a central processing unit.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, so if I have two monitors and I move a window from one to another, that's the internet.
A monitor is hooked up to a computer, and the computer tells the monitor what to show, but the monitor itself doesn't have a processor. It can't decide for itself what's happening on the screen. Except for like the, you have like the boot up screen and stuff on some monitors, but it's not it doesn't have a processor unless it's a really fancy monitor. But yeah, and then, you know, you have two computers hooked up with each other, and then you hook up a third, and then you
Yeah.
make a system where an entire, like, university department, all of their computers are hooked up to each other, and you can share information between them. Then you create the World Wide Web, which is just like a way to, you know, have a browser, right, where you can type in an address and it will connect you to a certain computer, and you can have different pages that show you different information, can get you access to different files, and then you just expand that network from, you know, only the university faculty to the entire university to the entire town, or, you know, connecting one university to another university. That's basically how the internet got started. It started as a local thing, and it kept growing and growing and growing until eventually it was the whole world.
So Facebook was on internet?
What?
So Facebook was on internet?
Facebook was a website on the internet. The internet was invented before Facebook. The internet already existed.
Yeah. What is internet?
I just explained it.
No, I feel like it did.
The internet is when you have two or more computers that can talk to each other and send information. That's it.
Mm.
Being able to send information
so
from
like-
one computer to another computer, that's internet.
Okay, but how do I make my own modem without paying? For free and unlimited? Well, not necessarily for free, because I guess I would have to pay for like the parts and stuff, you know, but like...
I mean, you can, without paying, you can connect one of your computers to another computer through LAN, local area network, but you can't connect...
Is that internet?
That is internet, yeah. That's a kind of internet, or intranet if you want to be specific. But you're not going to be able to go on like
Kinda
YouTube
does.
or Google, because those are on a different
Yeah,
network.
I want YouTube for free.
Yeah, that you can't do that because
Why not?
because the system, the infrastructure that connects all the different servers of the world together are on the normal internet. You can build your own internet, but you have to create all the servers and all the websites from scratch. Like, you can connect a bunch of your own computers and cell phones and stuff together on a local area network and
Okay.
set up your own Google if you
How?
want. But you can't use the internet without paying for it, because that's capitalism.
When was the internet commodified or privatized? Like, how do I even start my own internet company, for example? You know?
Like, the internet
Like-
was never a... The internet isn't a thing. Like, it's more of a concept. And internet service providers, like, they build the infrastructure. Like, they build the physical wires throughout, like, the world that connects, like, one town to the
For
next
example,
town.
If I have the internet of like... If I have internet from one provider
Yes.
and my friend has the internet of another provider, that doesn't mean like we will still be able to access the same exact.
Yes, because the internet, the global internet, is all connected, and internet service providers are just responsible for maintaining different parts of the infrastructure, but it's all part of the same network. But like that, and like that's basically why you have to pay for it, because that's like the only way to get access to things like Google and YouTube and like these websites that you want to use is to hook up to this global infrastructure of wires that go across the oceans or on the ocean floors, right, connecting Europe to America, and like all the physical infrastructure. You have to get access to
Wait.
that if you want to get access to the websites that you want to use. And to do that, you have to use the physical, like, infrastructure, the physical wires that your private internet service providers
Wait,
have
there are
laid and
physical
paid
wires
for.
going from one continent to another?
Yes. The internet works by having giant wires that are
When did
fiber
this
optic cables sending information from one part of the world to another. There's a bunch of wires that go from Europe and then down at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and then to America. And same
When
thing
did they
from
put
North America
these
to South
cables?
America. There's a bunch of wires going like through the
Where
like down
did-
the bottom of the Caribbean Ocean or Caribbean Sea, from like Australia to Asia. It's all wires, man.
When did they put these cables?
The first cables were telegraph cables, you know, like the those things.
Yeah.
And that was like the 19th century. So the first telegraph cable, or was the 8th? No, I think it was like early 19th century. So and there was a telegraph
Wait,
cable
was
that went
there-
from the UK to the US.
Was there a rope that went from the UK to the US?
No, it's a wire. The copper wire. Or it
How
was.
do you have a wire that long?
You just roll it up in a spool. You put
From
it on a
one
boat.
continent to another?
Yep.
I feel like there's something that is not making sense here.
You should
I
be
feel
able
like maybe
to
I'm too drunk.
Google like internet cables map. Cables map world.
I feel like I'm drunk.
Let's see. Internet still depends on undersea cables.
Wait, who put these cables?
The internet service providers, usually. Private companies can do it. Governments can do it. Governments can pay private companies to do it.
Why is there no internet in Russia? Kinda sus.
What? Russia has internet. What do you mean? Russia has internet.
Okay, why does Sweden and why does Norway and some island at the north of
Hmm?
Sweden and Finland? Yes,
What?
they have like one separate cable from all the rest of the internet.
No, these are just the underwater cables. There are also cables on land. All of these are connected.
okay.
These are not separate internets. It's all the same internet. But this map only shows the underwater cables. But then you also have all the on land cables that aren't shown on this map. Everything is connected.
Wait, what's the name of the islands north of Finland and Sweden?
Svalbard.
Are you telling me there's a land
What?
between those and yeah, look at that. Yeah, see? Ooh, that's underground. Well, underwater?
Yes. It's underwater. Goes down into the ocean.
Does
On the floor.
submarine go down or do they just drop it under the water? What if a shark comes and eats the cable or something?
That has happened, I think. Let's see, shark eating internet
Wait, what?
cable. Yeah, shark bites fiber optic cables undersea. Shark attacks threaten Google's undersea internet cables. Global internet is being attacked by sharks. Reports of shark biting the undersea cables that separ data around the world date to at least 1987. Shark has shown an inexplicable taste for the new fiber optic cables that are being strung along the ocean floor linking United States, Europe, and Japan. Google is biting back. Google, part of Spain, wrapping its trans-Pacific underwater cables in Kevlar to guard against shark bites.
Haha, so funny. Do you get it? Google is biting back against the sharks or biting the cables. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's hilarious. There's also a microwave transmission station. Yeah, I mean, you have like satellite internet as well. But satellite is generally slower, and usually you just use the fiber optic cables. But
why do people don't just like... I know capitalism and stuff, but like they should just like decommodify internet and cleanliness or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, some countries have national internet service providers that just maintain the internet, like the infrastructure, because you have to pay to repair the cables if anything happens to them, or to put down new cables when more people start using the internet or people want higher speeds. You replace older cables with new fiber optic ones. And someone has to pay for that. Some countries let private companies deal with it, and then some countries nationalize the internet. But yeah, generally how it works is the government will pay a private, like a contractor to put down the cables, and then they give the rights to sell access to those cables to internet service providers. Oh god.
Why can we abolish capitalism? It would be so much easier.
Well, why haven't you abolished capitalism, Sebz?
I cannot do it alone. Hello.
Well, I'll help you. Just tell me what to do.
Just abolish capitalism.
Yeah, I'll follow your lead.
Yeah, but you are the famous one. I have to follow you.
No, that's capitalism. Why do you think? Why are you creating this hierarchy where I am above you?
You are not above me. You just have more knowledge.
Oh, you're saying that just because I'm white, because I'm European? You think I have more knowledge because I'm privileged? Pretty racist, Sebz. Implying that Latin American people don't know as much about Marxism.
I mean, I never said about Marxism. Kind of why that you imply that that's the only thing I was referring to,
What were you referring to?
I don't know. I'm too drunk.
Are you drunk, or are you just tired?
No, I'm just very tired.
Yeah,
and
that's what I
feel
thought.
drunk.
Again, like, you are allowed to go to bed if you want to.
No. See everyone how Azure is exploiting the global south, exploiting me, making me stay here, even against my own will. No.
Yeah. There's a guard outside Sebz's door with a gun. If he ever drops out of the call or falls asleep, you'll force him awake.
I would respond to this by saying something that I know you would hate. So because I know you would hate it, I won't say anything. But I do want to let it be known that I could respond to it and say something that you would hate.
I mean, is it TOS?
Not really.
Well, you can say it then.
Oh, like, I would like a, like, I would, you know.
You
Yes.
would like a strong, burly man to force you to stream Train Simulator?
No, no, no. Like, if you, what did he say? Safe bodyguard. Okay, if I had a bodyguard,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, the bodyguard isn't there to protect you, just to force you to stream.
No, yeah, but I would definitely take advantage of that bodyguard
Okay.
consensually.
Yeah, he does have a gun. So, it kind of has to be consensually.
I mean, on their side.
Yeah. What?
Okay, so let me know when you're bringing the bodyguard to my house. Um,
Uh-huh.
I will trust your taste in people.
And I can't afford to hire a bodyguard. How much money do you think I have? I have to spend all my money on train DLC.
Sure, you're a YouTuber. You're literally millionaire. Okay,
I haven't gotten a check from YouTube in like 6 months.
you literally have 2 million views in your one video that you posted like 2 years ago. Okay,
Yeah, I've received money
everyone
for
knows
that.
that you receive $2 million every day because of the same amount of views. Duh.
I wish.
Accumulative views? What's that? Just kidding. Oh yeah. Also, I'm not going to say that Ben. Oh my god, I should be mad at you.
What?
I literally asked you to be in my stream about Cuba, and you were like, I can send you resources. And I was like, okay. And then you went to Ben's stream.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I had already decided that I was gonna be on Ben's stream when you asked me
No,
to.
I asked you the day before.
Did you?
Yes. Because
Uh,
Ben wasn't even going to be streaming that day. Exposing Azure. They don't want to collab with non-white people.
Oh, you calling Ben white? He's Italian actually, so don't be free to
I'm
phobe.
actually more Italian than Ben.
Yeah, you're Roman. Oh yeah, you did ask
Oh
me.
my god.
You did ask me
Oh my
if I
God.
could hop on call. I think I was under the impression that you only asked me for the articles. And I
No,
sent
I
you a
was
bunch of
like-
links. But
No, I was like-
you did ask me if I wanted to be on call or if I could send you articles.
Yeah,
think
because
I-
I didn't want to pressure you into like, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Sebz. I can come on your stream some other time, talk about Cuba if you want, or talk about anything else.
No, it's okay.
I think I just
Yeah, sure,
didn't
it's
read your
okay.
message carefully enough. I
Wow.
just saw the articles and I was like, oh, I
Oh,
have
look at
links.
this Proud Boy send me whatever message. I will half read it because it's so not important. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sebz. I'll
No, it's
I'll
good.
come on your stream, I promise.
I mean, I already have like enough evidence to expose you, so I think I have enough.
Yeah. Thoughts on the upcoming Norwegian election? There's a political party in Norway called Rødt, which is a Marxist communist party, which has been growing in the polls. At least last time I checked, they were growing. But I don't really know how they're. I don't know how they're doing right now or what the polls are looking like. But I hope that the left-wing parties in Norway can at least gain some seats, because they've had a right-wing government for a while now.
Wait, last year there was an election somewhere in Europe.
There were probably multiple elections in Europe last year, or a lot of
Yeah,
countries in Europe.
but there was an election where like the Liberal Party had spent a lot of money in like promoting themselves or something.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but like it was in a country where like typically parties don't spend that much money in general, like campaigning.
What, last year, 2020, or
Yeah, 2020.
elections in Europe 2020? I wonder.
Like I don't remember that it was this year.
Abkhazia, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Moldova, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Serbia, Spain.
I think it was Netherlands.
2020 elections in the Netherlands. Oh, no, that was just a Christian Democratic Appeal leadership election. That was just a party election. Never mind. Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Serbia, Spain, Ukraine, UK. UK was just overseas territories. Ukraine was local elections. I think Spain had an election though.
No, it was a
regional.
Nordic country.
It was a what?
It was a Nordic country.
Nordic country.
Yeah. Because I was like, so Sweden, and the streamer was like, no, not Sweden. Also, yes, Master Hansen, and critical support to Sebz against the shore imperialism. Yes.
Iceland had a presidential election.
Nah, it's okay.
Was that it?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, the only Nordic country that had an election last year was Iceland. But both the candidates running were independent. And I don't think the president of Iceland actually does anything.
I don't think it was this year.
No, last year, 2020.
No, like I'm thinking, like I don't remember that they were this year.
Yeah, it wasn't last year. It wasn't this year. It was last year. Or what are you saying? Are you saying it was this year?
I don't remember that the stream I watched about those elections was this year.
Yeah.
You know?
So it was last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
But like, I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying.
Oh, so
like,
it could have been 2019?
No.
It was 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be 2020.
Yeah, the elections...
Because,
yeah. That's the what I have open. That's the list I have. This is 2020 elections.
Maybe it was a dream. No, it wasn't a dream. I literally... Do you know Aramsi? I don't think...
No.
But they are like a European the streamer also. Well, they don't stream that much anymore, but like they were covering like they used to cover European stuff. And they were covering those elections, and I was like, wait, what? They are spending more money on the campaigns, and they usually don't. And it was like the Liberal Party versus the left-wing party, and the Liberal Party won. And it was super weird because like the Liberal Party would none of the parties would like spend money campaigning or like that much money, and like for some reason last year or in that particular cycle, the Liberal Party had spent like almost 10 times what they would typically spend on campaigning. So yeah.
Iceland is gonna have an election in September of this year, and the Netherlands had an election in March of 2021. That's all I can find. I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah. I'm not drunk. I'm over my tiredness.
Yeah? You're not tired
You know?
anymore?
Yeah. But like now I'm running on my what's the thing?
Adrenaline?
Yeah.
It sure sounds like it.
Oh my god. I mean, I miss this feeling. Well, not that I miss it, but like it's been a while since I've been in this mode, you know?
Since you've been awake for so long.
Yeah.
How long have you been awake? 12? 20 something hours?
In 15 minutes, 24 hours.
Damn.
Actually, no, I think I took a nap.
Well, that's good. I think
Did
the
I
longest
take
I've been
a nap?
awake is like 48 hours.
Oh no, my record is not 72. 2 days and a half. What's that? 50, 60? Around 60?
Damn.
Yeah.
Were you doing anything special, or did you just want to stay up?
No, it was finals.
Ah.
And my group decided to do an animation, and no one knew how to animate but me, you know?
Ah, of course.
And I literally like I literally spent the whole 2 day, like I literally spent the 3 days in my college working straight. Like, well, having classes also, but like, you know? And like I arrived home like on Saturday afternoon
Damn.
or Saturday evening. No, Saturday afternoon, yeah. And I literally woke up on Sunday. But like at 7 p.m.
I'm gonna be right back. Like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Wow, 2 minutes. Me. Chat. Yes. 24-hour stream. Oh my god. I wanted to do a 24-hour stream yesterday, but I just I don't know. I don't remember why I didn't do it. I think it was because like I wanted to do a stream in the morning, and then I ended up watching Denims, and then it got too late, so I started watching Bunny. But then I started streaming. Hmm. No, if I had done a 24-hour stream, I would have needed to start You can't start streaming now? No, Wing. I won't stay. I won't. No, I will literally. Um, maybe. Mm, wow. Healthcare, sanity, or streaming. As I open my email that literally gives me traumas, But yeah. $3. Mm. But yeah. Whoop whoop. How are you all doing? Where are you all from? I feel like Azure definitely has like a more diverse range of like viewers. Like I feel like there are definitely more European people. Florida. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Wing. See, damn, two Germans. Missouri, America. Oh my god. Currently Virginia. Ooh. We have three United Statesians and one German. I'm dog sitting, so I have to be up early today. Hi, Anarchy. If you haven't already, go follow Anarchy69. They're an incredible streamer. Uh, yes. Loving, non-binary, neurodivergent, Jewish, anarchist, communist, proud, first worldwide member, and I know that International Workers Union doesn't mean first worldwide or world war, but yes. Masters in history. Damn. And they talk about wigs and history and socialism and more. Yay, magic. Yeah, I'm incredibly tired. Yeah, tell me, I've literally been up for like 24 hours. Should I stay up for more? Hmm. But yeah, the internet, but originally from Norway. Ooh, we have three Europeans versus three United Statesians. International solidarity stream. True. It's weird how the only reason I understand what solidarity means is because I watched the whole entirety of The Irishman. But yeah. Taking unsolicited medical advice and sleep. Oh my god. Might as well stay up for 48 hours. Oh my god. I love that one person is telling me go to sleep and the other one is telling me no, stay up. Like the problem is that it's already too late for me to go to sleep. You know? Actually, it's not. Actually, oh, okay. The problem is that today is 24, and I am supposed to finish some documents for today, or else it will be too late. So, like, if I go to sleep right now, I would probably wake up at like 4. Right now it's 7:24. So like, let's say I sleep for like, oh yeah, maybe I will wake up at 2. Hmm. I could go to sleep, and I would still have time for like living life. No, alarms don't function with me. Like my body is my alarm, and like my brain knows that if I have to wake up, I will wake up. And if my brain prioritizes sleep, it won't listen to the alarm. So yeah. Mm, found the alarm. Found the alarm. What is JUL's favorite Nicki Minaj song? Leave a comment in the comments. Once I'm done walking my dog, I can take over Azure so Azure isn't alone. Oh my god, Araki, it's okay. Like, Azure has said multiple times that I should go to sleep if I wanted to, and I'm like, no, abuse me. And they are like, I don't wanna. And I'm like, no, abuse me. And yeah. That snake song, Anaconda. Hmm. Uh, how was it? The boy named Troy used to live in Detroit. Say about the Bible. Oh, bam, bam, bam. Oh, man. Oh my god. Yeah. How did it started? Oh my god, yes. My anaconda don't want none unless you got fun fun. Troy just to live in Detroit. They say so person bunny but they given to point. They've been to passes. Like great wow. And also wow, other kid, the fact that you don't know any Nicki Minaj songs. Like, she's like way too iconic not to know any songs of hers. Like, not even featuring her. Like, Starships. The night is still young. The night is still young. Ooh, pills and potions. What else? Pound the alarm. Starships. What's the other? There's like Fly. Um, yeah, Fly. Super Bass. Oh my god, Super Bass. Iconic. The boomer system bobbed out 18, but boomer system was live in place enough. When the elk down, it's about the down, it's up to the down, it's down, but don't, ship, Wow. I love that I can literally just delete their message and ban you, but I won't. Wait, do I have the lyrics here? Mm, look, you're giving that look with temperature pass off. Oh, excuse me, you will have a guy, seems to be eyes since he's outside. Yes, I did. Somebody boosted the FIS. I am Nicki Minaj, then the roots up. Oh my god, what a fucking icon. Yes, I'm literally making people run away. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, let's talk about serious politics. Sweden should stop doing imperialism as well as the US. Um, imperialism bad. Also, everyone should read Parenti. Um, so I have a friend on Discord that they literally um have like a personalized message, personalized status on Discord, and their status is like read Inventing Reality by Michael Parenti, and yesterday their status was like read Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Parenti, and I want to know what their status will be tomorrow. But yeah.
Hi, Sebz.
Hi, Azure.
Uh,
Have you seen those filthy colonizers? Yeah, like they literally just came back.
what?
What? Haha, nothing.
What's this clip?
No. Oh my god, don't open yes. It. My anaconda. It was me just singing Nicki Minaj.
That's great. Thank you, Sebz, for entertaining the chat.
I was like, what's your favorite Nicki Minaj song, Chad? And someone said the Snake song, and I was like, Anaconda.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yes. And then they sent a video, and I started singing it.
Okay, that's great.
So, what's your favorite Nicki Minaj song?
Oh, you know. You know that one?
I always, like, it's so weird because, like, I take for granted that I just listen to, like, mainstream music and, like, I just assume, oh, it's so mainstream that everyone in the world knows, right?
Yeah.
And then I remember that in Sweden or, like, in Europe, they don't listen to English music.
No, we do.
I mean, can you name one Nicki Minaj song?
Anaconda.
Apart from Anaconda.
It's like bass something.
Super bass. Okay. Okay.
Wait, no,
I
that's not
can
Nicki
do.
Minaj, is it?
Yeah, super bass.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one.
No.
But yeah,
Imagine thinking I
like
listen
Sam
to normal
saying, imagine
music.
thinking I listen to normal music. I
I
don't
mean,
listen
you
to
don't
normal
have to
music.
necessarily listen to, but I don't know. I think it's general culture, you know? Like, name every single Katy Perry album. Like, easy, right?
No, can't. I don't think I can name a single Katy Perry album.
Wow. Um, name every Imagine Dragons album.
Nope.
Name the lead vocalist of Maroon 5.
Mark Marooner.
Oh my god. I'm trying to go more mainstream by with every question.
I don't listen to mainstream music at all.
Now she doesn't as much anarchy. Mm,
Yeah, Katy Perry, she did Fireworks, I Kissed a Girl, California Girls.
yeah, I feel like you literally look her up and you're seeing the singles, right?
No, those are the songs that I know. I don't know
Ooh,
any
okay.
albums though.
I mean, uh, she released one as a Christian singer.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally named Katie Hudson. Then she released one of the boys where it's like hot and cold and I kissed the girl.
Okay.
Then she released Teenage Dream and Teenage Dream: The Complete Confection because like Teenage Dream was so iconic that she had to make an extended version,
Mm-hmm.
which was more iconic. Then she released Prism, which was even more iconic than Teenage Dream somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And then she released the flop that was Witness.
Yeah.
And now she released Smile like last year, I think. So yeah.
Sebs, all I know is Free Britney, says Wing the Ultimate Nug.
Yes, Free Britney
Yeah, that's a good song.
by the Beach Boys. I mean, it's California Girls,
Oh yeah.
not California Girls.
GURLZ.
Yes. Featuring Snoop Dogg.
Oh yeah, he was in that.
I know a place where the grass is really green now. Wow, that was literally my childhood.
I like I can't even think of like the music that I listen to. Like I really don't listen to that much music.
Hmm. I don't know. I feel like I've reached a point in my adulthood
Hmm.
where I just like try to keep up with the artists that I already like.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hmm. Do you listen to Swedish music?
No, not really.
What music do you listen to, or do you used to listen to?
Like some punk music.
A band, or
What?
what? Like Avenged Sevenfold, Slipknot, or
Oh
like
no. Like Dead Kennedys.
ooh, okay.
Um. Yeah, the Ramones, the Clash, Bad Religion, Dead Kennedys, Rancid, Alkaline Trio, Rise Against.
Like, I don't want to say like necessarily older, but older.
Yeah. Fugazi, NoFX. Dead Boys, Millencolin. The Mensingers.
And now you all know why
Anti-Flag,
recommended me
Buzzcocks.
women's tastes and not men's.
Sex Pistols. They're okay.
Hmm.
And yeah, that's it.
24-hour free Britney stream, I'm down.
You're gonna do a fitness stream?
No, free Britney
Oh,
stream.
Britney stream. I thought you said fitness stream.
No, I would literally die. Like, I can barely do like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
An hour? 24 hours? Impossible.
Well, how can you work out 24 hours? Well, I guess that's why it sounded so weird to me. But, you know. If by some miracle you became an anarchist, what strain would you choose? Probably whatever American Johnson is, because I've had pretty long talks with EJ about anarchism versus Marxism. I think on like most issues we agree quite a lot. So, I mean, just like general ANCOM, I guess. Like Kropotkin, maybe. I'm unobserved enough to see him fighting.
I remember I watched his video of what's his label, and he said that he was an intersectional anarcho-communist. And I was like, so you're like a generic communist.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what people should be, like, quote unquote, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not like super into labels or anything. Like, I joke that I'm like an anarcho-Marxist syncreticist. Like, I don't know, labels don't really mean that much. Like, I'm a Marxist to the extent that I'm a philosophical materialist. I subscribe to Marxist theory of historical materialism. And in general, I think Marxist critiques of the political economy hold up. But it's not like I don't think anarchist thinkers have had anything to contribute to critiques of capitalism either, or ideas for post-capitalist society.
Alright.
Like, I've read Lenin, I've read Luxemburg, I've read Mao, I've read Kropotkin, Bakunin, Gramsci, and like, they all have things to contribute, I think. But yeah, like this, the simplest thing for me is just to say I'm a Marxist, but I guess in way more general terms, I'm a communist, right? And not like exclusively only Marx, right? I think that's a bit silly. Exactly, why only choose one? I've read Graeber. I've read a bit of Graeber, but not much.
Okay, so yesterday someone told me that anarchists were persecuted by authoritarian communists.
Yeah.
Because of the First International.
The First International, I don't know. The Second International, yeah.
How were they persecuted? What?
By the Bolsheviks, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
The First
explain.
International, I'm not sure what that's referring to specifically. Like there were disagreements between like Marx and
Okay.
Proudhon, Joseph Proudhon, and like there
Oh,
was infighting. I'm not sure about oppression or the suppression of anarchists in the First International. There were anarchists who left the First International and created the Black International.
yeah, I know that happened.
Mm. But yeah, I don't know about the. I'm not sure what the oppression or suppression of anarchists is
Wait,
referring to.
what happened in the Bolsheviks? With the Bolsheviks?
I mean, during
Yeah,
the
like,
Civil War, the Bolsheviks and the anarchists fought with each other.
were the anarchists the... Why? I'm so confused.
Like the Civil War was mainly between the Reds and the Whites, the Bolsheviks, who wanted socialism, and the
Menshevik.
Whites who wanted to restore the monarchy, or in general fought for maintaining the like bourgeois capitalist system. And the Whites were supported by like the US, the UK, and all the Western powers. But then there were also local conflicts, like in eastern Ukraine. There were the Makhnovians who created the Free Territory, and they fought against the White Army in Ukraine, but also the Red Army in Ukraine. So there was a Bolshevik army in Ukraine, led by the Ukrainian Communist Party, because they had a revolution basically at the same time as Russia did. But all three sides wanted to win, so there was fighting between the Reds and the Whites, and the Reds and the Blacks, and the Blacks and the Whites.
And where do anarchists fit in, or are anarchists the blacks?
They're the Blacks, the Black Army.
And why were anarchists quote unquote persecuted if it was a war, or how did it work?
Well, the Bolsheviks had the larger army.
But did they have a war just because they disagree?
I mean, no, it wasn't because of ideals. I mean, it was for like militarily strategic purposes. The Black Army was controlling like a vital part of the rail network that the Bolsheviks wanted access to, and the Bolsheviks didn't really feel like working with the Black Army, and the anarchists didn't feel like working with the Bolsheviks either.
Okay, Kevin has a question. Did Julius Caesar eat us?
I don't know how we would know that. There are no sources confirming or denying.
I was going to ask if there was like any homosexuality, but then I remembered that in heterosexual relationships they can do that also.
Yeah, I mean the concept of heterosexuality and homosexuality didn't really exist. And those
Yeah.
weren't really the sexual identities people had back then. There wasn't really a concept of someone who's only attracted to men or is only attracted to women. There were people like that, but there wasn't a word for it really. You could more generally say that sexual orientations were more like dominant and submissive, like we have concepts for that today, but that was more like the orientation that you had, as opposed to the gender that, like the gender of the person you were attracted to wasn't really like what people had words for. So, you had men who were dominant sexually could have sex with submissive women or submissive men, and generally the pairings was
So everyone was
dominant and
either a
submissive.
top or a bottom.
That was the categorization that you made if you were talking about sexual orientation in the ancient world. You talk about the dominant partner and the submissive partner. And yeah, the dominant partner was usually a man and the submissive partner was usually a woman, but not always. There are plenty of stories of in Greece or in Rome where superiors, men who are older or who are higher rank in the army, for example, could have relationships with younger men who are of lower rank in the army.
Yeah.
And there you have the dominant to submissive dynamic. And that was perfectly normal. And it wasn't treated as different. It was just a normal part of sexuality in Rome. And you also had sexual relations outside of marriage fairly often. Like when men would go off to fight in wars, it was fairly common for them to have sex with each other during that period of war, and it wasn't really considered cheating, because sex during war was just kind of a part of it, right? For there were rapes and terrible things like that as well, but that was just considered like a natural part of war. Yeah.
Also, I'm sorry I actually asked that question. As soon as I read it, I remember that you don't like these questions.
It's fine. Didn't Hawaiian culture have non-binary people? Yeah, like Sam says, Rano, they didn't have a concept of gender.
There are a lot of indigenous cultures that either they didn't have a concept of gender, or their concept of gender wasn't even binary in the first place, So
yeah. I've talked to an indigenous Hawaiian about this, but it was quite a while ago. But I do recall that there was a specific non-binary gender role, or not necessarily like a gender identity, but a cultural gender role that was neither masculine nor feminine. But I forget what the word for it was. But yeah, in some American indigenous cultures, you can talk about terminology like two-spirit, which is could say it's a non-binary gender identity that's existed in indigenous cultures. Ancient Jewish culture, we had an ancient equivalent of non-binary, androgynous, and tum-tum. Ancient Judaism recognized 6 sexes. Modern queer Jews like me interpret it as meaning 6 genders. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly normal for quite a lot of cultures to have very different concepts of gender and gender roles, and different ideas for what it means to be, for example, masculine or feminine. Because, surprise, surprise, it's all made up anyway, and it is all part of culture, and so it's pretty obvious that different cultures are gonna have different ideas about what genders there are and what it means to have different genders.
What are you saying, Azure?
I'm saying gender is a fake and made up concept, and different
Oh my
cultures have
God.
different interpretations of what gender is. I mean, I shouldn't say gender is fake, but like it's cultural. It's a social construct. It's
Literally,
like nations
I'm
and
literally
borders
acting like
and
Ben. I'm literally acting like Ben when I said that I was a gender abolitionist, and he was like, "Oh my God, that's super transphobic and super problematic," and I was like, "Stop." But yeah,
I mean, like something being a social construct doesn't mean that it's not important to people. Like
no, yeah, but
I
like that's
think
not what gender
yeah,
abolition is about. But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I know. I think most trans people are aware of, you know, gender being a social construct, and
yeah,
but that, yeah, like that doesn't mean that people can't identify as genders, right? Like it's still
yeah,
a real thing, even though it's not like a intrinsic part of our biology that women
yeah.
are supposed to stay in the kitchen and men are supposed to drive monster trucks. There's no DNA that gives us those instructions, you know.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I have the monster truck DNA.
No, there's no monster truck gene. I'm sorry.
Mm,
We've looked for it.
Maybe they didn't look hard enough.
I mean, we have mapped the entire human genome, so kind of,
Have they?
yeah.
Mm. How do they even know what they're looking for?
They're looking for a little strand of DNA that looks like a monster truck.
What if it doesn't look like a monster truck, but they still have the power of making people like or dislike monster trucks?
And then what else would it look like if not a monster truck?
Mm, I don't know. Mud,
No.
tires,
No, that's stupid.
one of those hats of that. Do you know what hats I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
Those like caps, like very like MAGA hat types, you know? That the men or the people, yeah, mainly the men that go to like the monster truck thingies go, you know? Like the baseball cap thingies. Yes.
Hmm.
And they say like, I love monster trucks.
Non-binary people drive monster trucks in the kitchen. Yeah.
We should all just be pansexual, genderless blobs. Mm,
I mean,
either pansexual or asexual. Just to include you.
yeah, thank you, Sebz. I mean, you can't force people to change their sexuality. People are gonna be attracted to the people they're attracted to.
I feel like everyone's pansexual though. Everyone who is like sexual.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's a philosophical argument, I guess. It's like, if gender isn't real, then what even is sexuality? But like, sexuality exists even if gender doesn't exist. Like, people still have preferences, and people can still be attracted to some people and not to other people. Even if we remove gender from the equation, there's still people who are attracted to certain things, certain traits, and not attracted to certain other traits. And you can't really change that just by saying that gender is made up.
There are too many constructs.
I think a lot of sexuality is like not something you actively choose. Like, it's just kind of what I feel like it's just kind of what you have.
You
And
know
you can't
what?
do anything about it.
People should just buy more.
They should what? Oh, okay.
Buy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I get what you're like saying, but like you just can't force someone to be attracted to someone that they're not attracted to.
What? How is that? No, that's not vibing. Just let them vibe. God.
What do you
Damn,
mean?
maybe Azure is a tanky after all.
I'm literally saying you can't force people to do things they don't want to do.
I said that just let them vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want people to vibe?
I don't know what that means.
Vibe?
No.
Vibe.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Let them be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't force people to change who they're attracted to. People are going to be attracted to who they're attracted to. And you,
Let them be? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let them be. Let them vibe. If they're attracted to people, let them be attracted to people. And if they're not,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no. We're
I
saying
mean,
the same
you
thing.
say, yeah. I don't know why then you're like.
Well, I just feel like it's different to say that everyone is pansexual, right? Because pansexual
But I
generally
changed
means
my.
like,
That's why I didn't say that. I
Yeah.
just said let them
Okay.
vibe.
yeah. It's like a pansexual, generally like when you
Literally,
talk about the
the
difference
imperialist.
between bisexual and pansexual, is like a bisexual is someone who is attracted to people of two or more genders, but they can be attracted to different levels or to different aspects. And pansexual people are attracted to people regardless of gender. That's usually how the difference is put up, right? But yeah, like I don't think it's not everyone is pansexual. Even if you're a gender abolitionist.
I didn't say that everyone is pansexual because I'm a gender abolitionist.
No, someone else said let everyone be
Oh, okay.
pansexual, genderless blobs.
Yes.
And I just,
I mean,
wanted to point
yeah,
out not
no,
everyone is
like,
pansexual.
yeah. Don't worry, I know that you are not like the only asexual person ever. Like I have other friends,
Yeah.
and even then, like I know.
I mean,
Everyone
there
is
are
valid.
people who like genuinely believe that like no one is really asexual. They're like, oh,
Oh
you
my
just
God.
haven't found the right person, or like you're just lying to yourself, or
Oh my
it's
God.
just a phase,
I mean, I think literally yesterday I was watching on stream how House treated asexuality like something that you could like fix, and it was like
That was Tina 2 stream, right?
no.
No? What stream was that? Because I was watching the same thing. Was it Denims?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it was Venom.
Yeah, okay,
What?
yeah, I was watching the same stream. Hi, Sam.
Hey Sam.
How you doing?
We're doing good, just talking about asexuality.
Fair enough. Asexuality is totally valid.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember... it's not-
Also, oh sorry.
well, like, I remember, like, in, like, 2014, 2015, thereabout, there was, like, a lot of, discourse about, like, should, like, asexuality be included in, like, the LGBT umbrella, like, LGBTQIA.
The answer is obviously yes.
Yeah, but a lot of, like, people, like, the kind of people who are, like, LGB, right? Like trans.
Oh God.
Yeah. Like the kind of like gatekeeping people in the LGBT community, they were saying like, asexuals, because they don't have a sexual orientation, or like because they're not attracted to anyone, that means that they're not like a sexual, like a minority, right? Like they're not a gender sexual minority. So they're just like straight people who aren't attracted to anyone. And so
Oh,
asexual
God.
shouldn't be included in the LGBT umbrella. And like for a while, like at least like a significant chunk of the asexual community was like, okay. And so like they would just be like, no, we're not part of the LGBT community. We are our own community. We're the
That's
Arrow Ace community.
horrible.
Yeah. But yeah, like there was a lot of bullying of ace people like on like early social media and internet and stuff, because
Oh god.
there were a lot of gatekeepers in the LGBT community who just
Ugh, God. The amount of times Rachel, my girlfriend, has gotten, you don't sleep with an equal amount of people of all genders? You're not bi. And
Exactly.
I'm like,
Oh my god.
oh God, fuck that.
yeah, because being
I hate to break it
bisexual
to
is about
everyone.
always having one boyfriend and one girlfriend at all times.
Yeah, it's almost like she's bi because she's dating a non-binary person because I'm not a man. What? Mind blown. We are in a bi relationship.
No way.
I know, right? She's actually going to be coming in on a train later today. So that's exciting. Since I always love spending we have so little time together, fortunately. But yeah, we have weekends together.
Yeah.
She usually comes on Friday evening, or either her or I go to her on Friday evenings, but due to transport stuff, she's coming afternoon my time, I should say. I am up early because I have the unenviable task of dog sitting and picking up my dog's shit and waking up way too early.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I'm going to be moving out to a very, very, very small and overpriced rent apartment this coming Monday.
Woo.
So I probably won't have to dog sit, which is good.
Yeah, well, we're thinking about moving as well. And we might be moving into like a pretty big apartment that has like a lot of green space around it, and I've been wanting to get a dog for a while, so it might be like a good opportunity to get one.
Azure literally telling me that they aren't rich and now they are literally moving to a house.
No, it's not a house, it's an apartment.
I mean, the only dog breed that my family's found that we're not allergic to is the Havanese. And my headcanon is that Coco is so incredibly loud because she's always saying, Viva la Revolucion! Viva Che! Viva Castro! Because, get it? She's Havanese. Like, the breed is from Havana. And she's... Also, her coloring is mostly black, but with a bit of white. So maybe she's an anarcho-Castroist.
Yeah. That's leftist solidarity in a dog breed.
Yup.
God. The slope is getting really steep. I really hope we don't stop.
I'm playing a baseball manager simulation while I talk with y'all.
Yeah, it's I think I got a baseball simulator on like Humble Bundle at some year. I never
Wait, I
played it.
thought only... Wait, I didn't know that Europeans like baseball.
No, we don't. I just got it for free, like with a Humble Bundle purchase. I never played it.
Okay. I don't think I've ever gotten a Humble Bundle before.
No, you can get some years it's like pretty good stuff.
Cool. Because you can edit things like the owner profile in the game. The owner of my baseball team is the New York Yankees worker-owned co-op.
I think there's a player-owned football team in Germany I think Mr. Hansen probably knows, right?
I don't know. All my family left Germany before the Holocaust, so
You're not keeping up with the football?
nope. Sorry. Visca Barca. I don't have any family in Spain, but I still like FC Barcelona.
How are we gonna do this?
Just win.
Just win? How does
Yeah.
one even win at Train Simulator? Get to the destinations on time?
I think that's it. I think that's winning.
Yeah.
You drive the train good, and you get to where you need to go, and
Don't you also
everyone
have
is
like
happy.
missions or something?
What?
Don't you also have like missions?
Yeah,
See?
like you gotta transport like this cargo to a place, and then you do that, and then you win.
Woo!
Okay.
But without DLCs, are you really winning?
Now I'm just reminded of the 80s Carlos Santana song, I'm Winning. It's a fun
Oh my
song.
God.
Oh God.
No, I've never listened to Carlos Santana. As I said in the chat, the music I consume is just Deloy Pollitt say, just on repeat for hours.
Yeah. No, I never really listened to a lot of music or a lot of mainstream music.
Hey, Deloy Pollitt say means the same thing now as yesterday. Out of your houses into the streets, everybody say, fuck the police. Banger of the Yiddish anarchist song. It's my fucking people way back in the day being like, fuck the police.
Hmm.
It's almost as if police, especially in Europe, have a history of anti-Semitism or something.
I can't imagine that would ever happen.
I know. I know it's the most shocking thing ever when you realize that that Europe and anti-Semitism go together like peanut butter and jelly. Except much less tasty.
There's a lot of bootlicking for Swedish police, even
I
on
mean,
the
don't
left.
worry, Azure. You're one of the good ones, clearly.
Yeah. Oh, but like there's a lot of like excuses made for the police in Sweden.
Wait until you live in the United States and there's literally footage of George Floyd being murdered, and then of course the jury is like, "Well, I don't know if I can believe what my eyes see. This
Yeah.
clearly must not be 100% correct."
Yeah. Yeah, it's not as bad as in America, but still.
I totally get that. I mean, oh god, as a historian, it boggles my mind how easy it is for mainstream society to just come to accept shit as if it's always been there, despite the fact that the modern system of policing, as any good leftist knows, was created in the fucking 1830s by Robert Peel, never to be sufficiently damned Bobby. That's actually why London police are called Bobbies, is after that motherfucker.
Go fuck.
Yeah. Okay, now that Anarchy is here.
You're gonna go to bed
Now
soon?
that Sam is here, yes.
Alright.
Oh, okay, good. have a nice sleep, Sebz. As someone who
Okay.
also suffers from insomnia, solidarity.
Yeah, I need to stop being imperialized by Azure and and their oppressive imperialism.
One of these days,
Bye.
someone's gonna come in and they're like gonna catch that out of context and believe you.
I mean, I have all the receipts preparing my expose video. So, yeah.
You've been preparing that expose video for a long time now.
Look, I want it to be very juicy, okay?
Yeah.
So when people are like, "Oh my God, they did that," then I will throw them with another thing and another thing. You know? So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay,
shit!
bye.
Azure said what?
Yeah, and they were like that. Oh my God! At least it can't get worse, and then it gets worse and even worser. But yeah. Okay. Bye.
All right. See you, Sebz.
Bye. Have a good sleep, comrade. Oh, sorry. The players in my game had a clear double play opportunity, and we're just like, nah, we're not gonna do it, because the computer is very strange sometimes in this game.
Yeah.
See, you don't actually play as the players in this game. It's literally just a manager. So
Yeah, it's like fantasy football.
kind of, except fantasy football. Oh God, American football is a horrible sport. As my dad says, my grandfather used to say. Playing American football is like getting into a car accident once a week, and I'm like, yeah, that actually does track. Only the United States could come up with a sport like American football. Like, it's so quintessentially United States American.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the closest to, bread and circuses that we have.
Yeah.
In as much as it is the modern day gladiatorial arena, and I mean that with, all the punishment of body.
Yeah. I mean, like in Europe, hockey is a really big deal. It's a lot of like people getting hurt and stuff in hockey as well. And like tackling and everything. And,
yeah, I mean, hockey definitely is dangerous, but I wouldn't say it's as dangerous as American football because the checking or the bumping into people on purpose isn't as frequent as literally every play in American football. You're having 300-pound giants just ramming into each other at full speed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not like supposed to be like running into people when you're playing hockey, but it does happen. And sometimes people can like cut each other with the skates and stuff.
Oh God. Is hockey big in Sweden?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very big.
I think I did know that. But I forget. I haven't paid attention to hockey in the longest time.
No, me neither.
When I did pay attention, I was a New Jersey Devils fan because I'm from New Jersey. Oh shit! Juan Soto just hit a solo home run. Nice.
Rugby is similar to American football, yeah, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, except slightly less violent, but with much less body protection. Also, rugby, if I recall correctly, you're allowed to oh God, I forget. I was never really into rugby.
No.
Yeah. Like, the reason why I know so much about sports is because it used to be, especially baseball, used to be one of my autistic special interests as a kid.
Hmm.
Kind of like how Star Trek used to be one of my autistic special interests as a teenager. So, you know, even though they aren't anymore, they're, oh yeah, and comic books. But, you know, there is that residual knowledge there in the good old noggin. Nagarino. How did you get into train?
I think I just thought it would be fun, and I tried it.
Interesting. I didn't know this until recently, but apparently there's a stereotype that, like, all autistic people have trains as a special interest.
Yeah.
And I have no idea where that comes from.
No, I don't know either, but I know it's a stereotype. It's definitely one I've heard before.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I can...
It does apply to me, but...
Oh, you're autistic too? Cool.
I have the diagnosis, but my psychiatrist said I was like on the like verge, right? Like it could go either way. So she asked me.
Welcome to the club, comrade.
Thank you. Like she asked me if I would like to get the diagnosis, and she said that like if I didn't want the diagnosis, then I could just say I don't want it, and she would make that call because it was such an edge case. Because like I had some autistic symptoms, and then there are a lot of autistic symptoms that I don't have.
Well, the thing is that autism is a spectrum.
Yeah.
So that's
exactly. I'm like right on the edge of the spectrum, I think. Yeah, I mean, I asked like, well, what would it mean to get the diagnosis? And she basically just said like, well, you could, like get you would have the right to like get certain kinds of like counseling and get help with certain stuff if you want it. So I just said, yeah, sure.
Dope. Well, you're also part of a fun club of incredibly strange but awesome people.
Yeah.
The Autist Club.
Hello, Carmen. Good morning. Had an autistic classmate, had a special interest in entry perfect trains from his memory. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I love learning about other people's autistic special interests because we get so passionate and just like know everything about them, and it's always a joy to, you know, hear people talk about their special interests. Especially because I know how good it is that when, you know, I get to indulge in them. Which, luckily for, because of the way my brain works, the only real way I think I can possibly get any sort of, you know, stable job is to commodify my special interest in anarchism/socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have dyspraxia, so I doubt wig stylist would really do it, because that's my other autistic special interest nowadays is wigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully history professor is what it will be.
Yeah. I mean, history is a good subject to have a special interest in because there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
I
mean, history I don't have an autistic special interest in, but since I do have an autistic special interest in socialism and I'm an anarchist, like that does easily lend itself to history.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have gone $40,000 plus into student debt if I didn't actively enjoy it. God, I cannot wait until I finally get disability so I can use it to pay my rent and hopefully also pay some student loan debt off. Yeah, getting disability in the United States is purposefully incredibly hard and incredibly limiting.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's set to be at such a low amount that like you're not, like you're always like on the edge of survival.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to have more than $2,000 in assets in my own name. I mean, I'm lucky in that my parents have always, taken care of my money, so, I can just, the legal fiction that, I can just transfer that money into my parents' accounts, but it's never fun that, I need to do that, and it's some of the most... You feel incredibly powerless when you're entirely dependent upon your parents for financial security. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have the privilege in that I have parents that can do that.
Yeah.
But at the same exact time, it makes you feel worthless, especially because in this world where we're programmed to think of our self-worth as, being quote-unquote independent from our parents. So it's kind of a mind fuck in that way.
Yeah. I want to get officially diagnosed, but I believe in autistic because every time someone describes it, that's my entire life. Yeah, I mean, like quite a lot of people fall somewhere on the autistic spectrum. Like, and a lot of people don't even like really think about it. And yeah, like for a lot of autistic people, it's not really something that like bothers them or that they think about. It's just kind of part of their personality, part of who they are.
Oh yeah, if I was no longer neurodivergent, I would not be the same person.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like it is just literally like who you are, right? And you can't just choose to be a different person. And like if it doesn't cause you like problems to like be unable to do the things that you want to do, then it's not really a disability. And so all that's really left, it's just who you are.
Most of my problems honestly come from anxiety and depression.
Yeah.
Like in terms of internal problems, the problems that I get from being autistic come from other people being shitty and incredibly ableist. Like, legitimately, if I could, I would get my anxiety and depression cured, because for me, although, obviously my life experiences have been shaped by my experiences with anxiety and depression, I don't believe I ultimately would change significantly as a person if they kind of went away.
No, me neither. I take medication for my depression and anxiety.
Me too.
And like I have never felt a desire to be, to go off my medication because I don't feel like I'm my true self or whatever.
Oh my god, total same. That's why I feel much more like myself when I'm just high out of my mind, because all the depression and shit just goes away.
Yeah.
Or at least a large part of it.
Yeah. I mean,
I still find it amazing that the United States is more progressive in one little area than Sweden.
Yeah, medical marijuana. Like practically, it is just illegal here. Like there's only really one edge case where you can get it, and even then, it's difficult.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. What is the justification? I know did Europe really just like follow the United States' lead in banning all these drugs?
I think it's the case that historically marijuana was never a thing here, because like in the US, like marijuana always existed, and like one of the reasons it became illegal was because like indigenous people were using
racism.
it. Yeah. But marijuana never really existed here, and so I guess it was never legal or illegal to begin with. Then probably when the US banned it, like Europe banned it as well, even though no one here was really using it. And now people are using it here, but it's still illegal. And there isn't really like any talk of legalizing it. Like no
It's
one,
interesting.
there isn't really any like political discourse about it.
That stinks, especially because of all the medicinal benefits it has.
Yeah. Like
Like you know you're fucked when the US does something better than you do. That doesn't have to do with like imperialism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, like, of course, American exceptionalism is real. The United States has an exceptional history of bloodshed, genocide, and slavery.
Yeah, number one.
It truly is exceptional.
America number one. At
Yup.
genocide.
America! Fuck yeah! Coming again to genocide the natives here, yeah!
Well, that's a bummer.
Oh god, did I... I just took this
No,
conversation down a dark path.
No, it's okay.
Good.
Uh,
How is your train ride going?
oh, I failed it. I couldn't get
Oh
up the hill.
shit. Oh, wait. What sort of train are you using?
It was a diesel electric locomotive. It was pulling like 40 tons of cargo, or more than that, I think. The incline was like 1.5%.
Do they have maglev trains in that game?
No, no, I don't think so. There are high-speed electrical trains though.
Oh, no maglev trains?
No, sadly.
They're so cool though.
Yeah.
It's like the future's now type of shit.
Yeah. I would like a Chinese maglev DLC thing.
Oh, I didn't know China was deploying it. I thought it was Japan that was doing a lot of that maglev stuff. But then again, you know better than I do, because I know next to nothing about trains. Other than I take them a lot.
No, China has maglevs. Japan does as well, though. I think Taiwan has at least one line of maglev, but it's not super common in most of the world.
The US doesn't even have high-speed electric, or just high-speed period.
Yeah.
We just have shit made in, like, the 60s.
Yeah.
I mean, most of our infrastructure is from around that time. So...
I know California is building a high-speed train line, but I don't know when it's going to be finished.
Took them a couple fucking decades.
Yeah.
It amazes me that tens, if not hundreds of millions of U.S. residents think, America is the greatest country in the world, and I'm like, motherfucker, our infrastructure is some of the worst, and it's all falling apart because it's 10 trillion years old. And God forbid government does stuff, because then that would be socialism.
Yeah. Well, the army needs some more tanks.
I know. Despite the fact... Oh, I remember reading this article like a year or two ago where the army specifically said, no, we don't need more tanks. And Congress was like, fuck you, we're giving you more tanks. I'm completely serious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not really about the army or the military itself. It's the defense contractors. Like, they want to make weapons, and the politicians are bought and sold by those companies, and so they have the congressional budgets always include a bit about hiring or hiring these defense contractors to make jet planes or whatever the fuck, and the military gets it, and they don't really have that much to do with it. It's like, oh, great, another aircraft carrier.
I love how, you know, all the reactionaries are like, the government is so bloated and inefficient and da-da-da, and I'm like, motherfucker, Pentagon toilet paper costs like $50 or some amazing thing like that, because prices are so inflated because the budget is so incredibly bloated.
Yeah, like government, like federal grants and contracts are like infamous for spending a shit ton of money on basically nothing at all, and just being extremely inefficient in general.
Yeah, except, you know, when it comes to things like universal healthcare, when the private sector is so incredibly horrible that even the state is better. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, I'm an anarchist, but, like, I do know that, you know, states are better at most things than private corporations. Because private corporations are horrible at everything except for exploitation.
Well, it's the profit incentive, right? Like, private companies...
It distorts everything.
Yeah. You know, a government is at least a little bit beholden to people, and so politicians have to at least sometimes try to make people want to vote for them. And one of the ways they can do that is to ignore profit incentive and do something that costs money, instead of just trying to make as much money as possible. But
exactly, that's why state-funded research is definitely the best when it comes to, like, actually getting good long-term return on the time and on the time put in. I'm not gonna say good return on investment, because that's cringe capitalism talking.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, it's almost as if the profit incentive is bad and makes long-term research virtually nil in the private sector.
Yeah. I mean, especially when it comes to science, because when, like, private entities want to invest in science, like, they're only going to invest in science that they think could benefit them, like, in the short term, like where they see a clear benefit. But, like, a lot of science, or like a lot of like innovations and inventions have come from science that's like completely unrelated, like, you know, scientific experiments that were looking at something completely different, but then it found like, oh, we could make penicillin out of this, you know, like...
That was actually the example I was thinking of.
Yeah. So... Yeah,
or just...
Science is like a thing where, like, you can't really have a set goal in mind when you're doing science. It's like what you can do with scientific results, you can't really know in, like, beforehand, before you start doing the experiments.
And there's also the fact that a lot of technologies aren't immediately going to be quote unquote profitable.
Yeah.
A lot of research into stuff that even, you know, one day might be profitable may take longer than, you know, the 6 months that the shareholders are willing to think ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I've learned from capitalism is that it discourages long-term thinking. You know, the companies will posture at, you know, we're thinking of the long term, but for them, long term is a year down the line. Because if companies actually thought long term, then we would be in full-scale social democratic climate change, you know, the mitigation shit.
Yeah.
Because the only way to save capitalism would be just worldwide social democracy style climate change shit. And maybe even not then, because, you know, social democracy requires the global south to be exploited. So, my point is that capitalists are the least likely to think in terms of the long term.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if a company, like just something as simple as like investing money right now to make a lot more money or to prevent greater losses like in 10 years, like that's like unthinkable in a private company, right? Like we can't spend like millions of our money, like millions of our dollars right now in order to try to prevent climate change, because it's like, well, that's so far away from now that like all the shareholders are just gonna sell their shares and, you know, invest in a different company. Like shareholders require like quarterly returns on their investments, otherwise they don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, it amazes me that so many people are under the delusion that private companies are anything but dog shit at actual R&D projects.
Yeah. I mean, especially when it comes to science, like they usually already have like a, you know, a set goal in mind for what they want the science to do, and they don't actually care about the science itself.
Yeah, like if anyone wants to know why computer technology really seems to have kind of plateaued within the last decade or two, it's because all of the research NASA used to do has been privatized. And DARPA doesn't seem to be as active in terms of practical technologies as it used to be. Maybe that's wrong, and I don't know enough, but I do know that that most, if not all, modern computer technologies came from NASA.
Are you saying the government was doing stuff?
I know, socialism.
They can't do that.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Yeah, but all I know about the government is that whenever they try to do anything, it doesn't work. It's inefficient.
No, that's the U.S. government you're thinking of.
Yeah. Clearly, private companies are the only way to find new science because they're innovative. Or something.
Yeah, history doesn't exist. Completely agreed.
Yeah.
Just nope. What do you mean the iPhone is essentially one giant NASA creation?
Yeah.
There's a really great book called Live, Work, 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 Die. I forget the name of the author. But it talks about not only, you know, the really shitty and, you know, hyper capitalist practices of Silicon Valley tech companies, but they also talk a lot about how Silicon Valley and the US government have a really close relationship, because essentially what the US government does, and it really has done since the 80s, is takes all of the publicly funded technological breakthroughs and immediately transfers the patents to private companies. Yeah. And so it appears like private companies, you know, are making all these innovations when, if you actually look at it, no, it's just the U.S. government privatizing these patents.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, talk about fucking, you know, loafers, you know, not welfare recipients aren't the fucking loafers. It's the parasitical private companies.
Yeah, I mean they rely on government handouts, and as soon as there's like an economic recession and the government doesn't give them trillions of dollars, they start crying like babies and complain that they can't pay their workers anymore because the government isn't bailing them out.
Oh god, the amount of whining US employers have had because people don't want to work for shitty wages. It's just like, why can't I exploit my workers as much as before the pandemic?
I mean, like, because they, like, that's their strategy, right? Is to shift, like, because like capitalists are always the kind of people who are like, oh, if you're poor, you should have just saved up your money, right? Like put away money every month in case something happens, right? Oh, you were hit by a medical bill? Well, that's your fault for not saving up money. But like companies never save their money, right? So as soon as there's an economic recession, they're like, oh shit, we're bankrupt. We need trillions of dollars right now, or we're gonna like fire all our employees and like lower everyone's wages. And then when people complain or go on strike, the company's like, well, it's the government's fault because they didn't bail us out.
It's because classical and neoclassical economics is literally just fantasy. It's like I'm not even exaggerating. I recently read Richard Wolff's great book comparing three economic theories: neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian. And he does a really good job of explaining that neoclassical economics is really just fucking fantasy. And I'm going to paraphrase him here by saying, you don't need to know any math to be good at economics. They just use math to make them seem more serious and, academic-y and whatever.
I see.
I had to skip large parts of the book because I took Richard Wolff's advice. He used math way more times than I think even he would say is necessary. And so I'm just like, you know what, Richard? I took your advice and I skipped large swaths of your book because they had to do with math that you admitted was unnecessary. Because neoclassical economics and to a lesser extent Keynesian economics are literally just capitalist fanfic.
I mean, we were talking, I think it was Ben Grom and Claudia and Ashley and I were talking yesterday about like how numbers and statistics can be very misleading when it comes to economics. Like something that that like liberals can do when they are talking about like the embargo against Cuba is they like they have a numbers like, oh, the embargo against Cuba is only costing the Cuban economy this much money, or like only this many millions, right? And they do all the like putting up all the math and the calculations and the graphs and everything.
GDP is useless, by the way. All it means is how much profits corporations are generating.
Yeah,
or rather, the proletariat is generating for the corporations, I should say.
Yeah, but like what the numbers, like what it amounts to when they try to use numbers like that is it amounts to like how much potential export is Cuba losing out because of the embargo, but it's not taking into consideration fairly simple economic concepts like potential growth that Cuba is missing out on because of a lack of imports. It's only looking at the exports.
Also, people forget with an economy like Cuba's, relative dollar amounts also means a lot because cost of living is also a lot lower there, and millions of dollars means something a lot different to the Cuban economy than it does to, say, the U.S. economy.
Yeah, that's also very true. But yeah,
also you should like baseball because a lot of the best baseball players are Cuban.
Yeah, I do know. Cuban people really like baseball, but
because they have good taste.
Yeah, Fidel Castro liked baseball. I know that.
Oh shit, he did?
Oh yeah, he played baseball.
Oh fuck! I think I might have to become a Marxist-Leninist now. Oh shit! I just realized baseball can't exist without a strong state to protect it against reactionary elements.
Wait, what are the reactionary elements trying to destroy baseball?
Baseball! Yeah, that's right, Anarchides. Your territory can't protect against the destruction of baseball.
Who's trying to destroy baseball?
Oh, you haven't met another streamer and friend of mine, Wizard's Breadbook. He's another anarchist, and he hates
Oh, yeah.
baseball and wants to destroy it.
Oh, damn. Okay, we do have to protect
Yeah.
baseball then from the anarchists.
I know. Protect baseball. Hashtag hands off baseball, anarchities.
This is why we need Leninism.
I know. I guess I need to reread State and Revolution again and see what Lenin has to say about baseball.
I think Leon Trotsky, he wrote a book called If America Should Go Communist. And in it, he says something like, if America became socialist, then like if after a few years, people wouldn't chew gum anymore.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was probably a joke, but I just remember that. Let me look it up.
I mean, to be fair, Charles Fourier, one of the early utopian socialists, unironically thought that when socialism happened, seas would turn into lemonade. I'm not even joking.
Oh, it wasn't a book. It was just like a pamphlet. Let's see. Let me put it on stream.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
No,
Leon
but I'm
Trotsky,
completely
If America Should
serious.
Go Communist.
Charles Fourier thought that socialism would create seas at least that tasted like lemonade, and so I'm like, everyone who likes lemonade needs to be a socialist now. Because clearly Charles Fourier was the premier scientific mind of his time.
Yeah. No, I'm making a video about utopian socialism. Actually, I've been writing a script about it for a while.
So Owen, Saint-Simon, Fourier,
yeah,
kind of the big three.
Malaby and like the Code of Nature. Mabley, the French guy.
Well, Fourier and Saint-Simon were both French, also.
Yeah. Saint-Simon is the big one.
Yes, but as you can see, and my girlfriend will love that I'm about to say this. You will notice the lack of Italians in this list. My girlfriend and I bonded over our anti-Italian racism, even though she's going more into the anti-British racism now.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Everyone knows that anarchists are famously intolerant towards Europeans. I gotta tell you, sometimes I wonder if people like you, Azure, don't suffer from internalized Europophobia.
because I'm a Marxist, anti-imperialist.
No, because you're a European.
Yeah. I mean, Europe is generally speaking pretty shit when it comes to like how we've treated other people historically and currently.
I mean, yeah, you can blame the Romans for leaving a cultural legacy of imperialism and bloodshed and anti-Semitism, so... Oh no, yeah, the United States just was like... Imagine not wanting to genocide literally everyone on a whole continent. And then they were, Europe was like, oh, we are doing a very good early modern imperialism. And then the United States was like, bro, hold my beer.
Okay. Here it is. Leon Trotsky, If America Should Go Communist. The American temperament is energetic and violent, and it will insist on breaking a good many dishes and upsetting a good many apple carts before communism is firmly established. Americans are enthusiasts and sportsmen before they are specialists and statesmen, and it would be contrary to the American tradition to make a major change without choosing sides and cracking heads. Yeah, it's this whole paper is pretty weird. Honestly, a lot of it is pretty
By the way, I have read part of Jay Posadis's treatise on flying saucers. So when it comes to weird esoteric socialist shit, nothing beats Jay Posadis's.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you ever seen a YouTube account called Rebel or Posadist Rebel News? It's real. I still can't tell whether the dude who made it is unironically a Posadist or not, but it's really funny. One of the earliest streams I did was just looking at Posadist Rebel News.
I mean, there are still some Posadists out there. I think the last like Posadist political party is in Uruguay.
Yup. Posadist Rebel News on YouTube. It's glorious. It's some of the most hilarious shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I would.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He was the dude is part of the DSA Posadist caucus.
Oh yeah. I mean, that sounds like satire then.
Oh god. Oh my god, they have an active Facebook group, the Intergalactic Workers League Posadist. I need to. I'm sorry. I'm liking this on Facebook. I need to.
Germany had a Posadist party in the 70s or 80s, said Mr. Hansen. There was also that one. What is it? The sick people against capitalism group or something. That have some pretty interesting ideas about stuff. But I don't know how active they are anymore, but they were active during the students' movement in Germany.
Interesting. I mean, to be fair, with all these revelations about possible alien contact with Earth's governments, I feel as though the Posadists might be gaining more popularity within the next few years, which is kind of sad because their whole thing is we need to blow ourselves up with nukes.
Yeah, I mean, it's something like I forget if they wanted nuclear war to happen or if they were okay with nuclear war happening.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, this was during the early 60s, you know, fashion might have been at its best in the, back then, but, you know, also, you know, nuclear tensions were at their height, too.
Yeah.
Something Cuban Missile Crisis. Something chickens coming home to roost.
Well, you know, it's one thing we Marxists could do that you anarchists never did is make nukes. So take
fair.
that.
Fair.
And Makhno never made any nukes.
Yes, but he did make a Tachanka.
Yeah, that's true. He might have made a nuke if he lived long enough.
No, I'm a big fan of the non-proliferation and disarmament movement. So
yeah, well, me too. But it's fun.
I know.
Fun to imagine.
Like the thing is, there are enough conventional weapons that are plenty destructive that we don't need weapons that literally can destroy all life on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, climate change will do that for us.
Yeah.
I wonder if climate change becomes bad enough, if Posadis will just say, hey, climate doomers, why don't we just blow ourselves up before humanity ends? And they just get all the climate doomers to set off all the nukes.
Yeah. I mean, like, the fucking Elon Musk will probably be, like, going to Mars as climate change starts, you know, becoming a big problem.
That is if he's even able to get through all the orbiting space debris junkyard that is
That's
low
true.
Earth orbit.
Yeah.
Also, apparently Mars is like has an incredibly toxic soil, so like the chances of terraforming or living on it are like very slim.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a good plan. I mean, it is our backup, but I feel like a lot of people are treating it like it's our like primary plan, like, oh, the climate is already doomed. Let's just focus on the Mars thing. Like, no,
I mean,
that's like the last resort to save humanity.
And
it's
honestly,
not,
in some ways, from the little I've read, Venus might like cloud cities a la Star Wars, and Venus might actually be more practical.
Yeah, there are other candidates like Europa. The moon has water on it, but I think it's cold. I can't remember.
I mean, by the way, you do need to give the devil their due. Both China and Russia actually have active space programs versus Jen Psaki unironically stating that Elon Musk and fucking Jeff Bezos going into space is American exceptionalism. Like, holy shit! They're even the Democrats are just like, nah, we're not even gonna pretend that we're any different from the GOP. They're just saying the fucking quiet part loud.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, you gotta have a lot of cojones to be a press secretary because you're just lying. Just all the time. I don't know how people do that. Just like with a straight face, just completely lie to millions of people.
Yeah. Like it's like the laser sanctions or whatever Biden calls it against Cuba. It's exactly the same kind of stuff that Donald Trump was doing with his so-called smart sanctions, which at the time Democrats were saying like, oh, Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Like these smart sanctions are actually gonna hurt the people. Like all sanctions are bad. But then now that Biden is doing it against Cuba, it's like, oh, laser sanctions. Yeah, that's awesome. That's totally gonna work and not hurt anyone.
Oh, did you see the hashtag some people are doing? SOS America instead of SOS Cuba?
Yeah, Luna Oi got that trending, I think.
Oh, Luna's a great comrade.
Yeah.
It's so true, though. Like, I always go back to the quote Trump made about shithole countries. The U.S. is a shithole country. Like, so many areas is like the condition of the people, especially minority populations, is essentially that of the global South, especially for minority communities. Like, I get where the sentiment is of, the third Americans, have it good. They don't know how bad it is, and da-da-da. And I'm like, from a certain point of view, yeah, that is true. But like, for tens of millions of people, they don't even share in the relative comforts that beneficiaries of imperialism in the U.S. have.
I mean, there's still people in the U.S. who like either don't have running tap water or their tap water is like contaminated with lead.
Yup. Newark, New Jersey, the place that I've been to quite often and that's very near to me is essentially Flint, Michigan 2.0, and that it's a majority black city that has lead contaminated drinking water.
Yeah.
I didn't know this until recently, but New Jersey has been classically called Georgia of the North because it took the Supreme Court of New Jersey to desegregate schools because New Jersey is one of the largest proportions of suburban development in the country.
Yeah.
And since, especially back in the 50s and 60s, property values were directly tied to how white a neighborhood was, homeowners associations and stuff like that had a material incentive to be incredibly racist.
Yeah. I heard the other day that if you have car insurance in the US and you change your gender to female or non-binary, if the insurance company allows that, like your insurance premium that you pay can drop by like 50%.
Why is that?
I think insurance companies just assume that women don't get in as many accidents, and statistically that might be true, so they don't have to pay as much.
I thought the stereotype was women were horrible at driving.
That's the stereotype, but I think statistically the truth might be the opposite, that men are more likely to get in car accidents.
I mean, as two non-binary people, we can, say that gender is fucked, but that is interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. Oh. I wonder if non-binary people are more or less likely to get in car accidents.
I don't drive. I think it's a good thing. I did for a bit in my high school days, but I got into a few minor accidents. Luckily, no one was hurt, but my parents would have lost their car insurance if I hadn't given it up. And honestly, at this point, I'm fine with not driving.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, it because even though New Jersey Transit does service a lot of stops, New Jersey is so heavily suburban that it's very hard to get around without driving.
Yeah.
But at the same exact time, I'd rather not go through all the hassle of retaking driver's ed and going to the license, get a license and the driver's test and etc., etc.
Yeah.
How good is the Swedish public transit system? Because I know a lot of European countries have very well maintained and developed public transit systems.
It's good in the cities. It's good between cities. When you start to get into more rural communities, you can, like, some places aren't connected to public transport at all. But generally speaking, it's good. It's like cheap. It's affordable. It gets you where you need to go. Like, I don't have a driver's license, and it's pretty rare that I actually need to be driven somewhere. Like, there are like I have friends who have driver's licenses, and I can ask them to drive me places, but it's pretty rare that I actually need that. Most of the time, I can just take the bus or the tram.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I actually do need to go for a few minutes because I need to take my medication.
Okay. I'm probably gonna raid into Ben anyway because he went live like 10 minutes ago. And,
okay.
Usually I end the stream around here, but it's been great having you on.
Yeah, I usually don't get up this early, but my dog gets up early, and my parents are like, "You must wake up at 8 a.m. to walk the dog," and I'm like, "Why?"
Yeah, dogs are, yeah.
I love Coco, but like, it's a pain in the ass having to wake up this early. Anyways, thanks for having me on. I hope I hope the raid into Ben's a cool person.
Yeah, he's great.
So, bye.
See ya. Have a good one. Okay. I'm gonna finish up this the skin for this train off camera, and then for the next train sim stream, you guys will see just how awesome the skin will become. I'm gonna put hundreds of hours of effort into it. Probably not. I'm probably gonna get bored, but I'm gonna make a cool skin. All right, let's raid into Ben, and I'll stream again tomorrow. Okay, thanks for tuning in, everyone. See ya.